and keep you, and make his face shine upon you, and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. The Lord bless you and keep you, and make his face shine upon you, and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. Oh, oh, amen. Amen. His favor be upon you in 1,000 generations, in your family, in your children, in your children, in your children. May his presence go before you and behind you and beside you, all around you and within you. He is with you. He is with you in the morning, in the evening, in your coming, in your going, in your weeping, rejoicing. He is with you. 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 He is with you, so amen, may his favor be upon you in 1,000 generations, in your family, in your children, in your children, in your children. May his presence go before you and behind you, all around you and beside you, all around you. He is with 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 you. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness, my God, and that is who you are. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness, my God, and that is who you are. You are here, mending every heart. I worship you. We worship you. You are here, touching every life. We worship you. And God, we worship you. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. And that is who you are. You were bigger, you were stronger, you were mightier than everything that we know. 'Cause that is who you are. Even when I don't see it, you work it. Even when I don't feel it, you work it. You never stop working. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you work it. Even when I don't feel it, you work it. You never stop working. That is who you are. It's who you are. And that is who you are. God, you never change. 'Cause that is you. You're the God of awesome wonder. Taste it of your power. You have shown us so much mercy, much more than I deserve. My eyes have seen, my ears have heard the wonders of His praise. Oh, creation bows in awe of you as we join to give praise. The words you speak turns things around. Your outstretched arm has lifted me. You took away the chains and cords that held me bound. Oh, Michelle, I knew you're the God of awesome wonder. I tasted of your power. Michelle, I knew you will show me so much mercy, much more than I deserve. Oh, 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 oh. You're the God of awesome wonder. We tasted of your power. You have shown me so much mercy, much more than I deserve. dare to find you in the mysteries and oceans deep. My faith will stand, and I will call upon your name and keep my eyes above the waves. And oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace. For I am yours, and you are mine. Trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. And take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith would be made stronger in the presence of our Savior. The Spirit lead me when my trust is without borders, and you walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. And take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Presence of my Savior. In the presence of my Savior. Now we're standing here only because you made all. You made a way. You made a way. I don't know how, but you did it. You made a way. I don't know how, but you did it. You made a way. Standing here, and knowing how we'd get through this test, but holding on to faith you've known best, and everything we need you supply, 'cause you've got this in control. And now we know that you made a way. When our backs were against the walls and it looked as if it was over, Lord, you made a way. was standing here only because you move mountains, you cause walls to fall with your power, perform miracles. There is nothing that's impossible. Now we're standing here only because you made. So you move mountains, you cause walls to fall with your power. You perform miracles. There is nothing that's impossible. Now we stand in here only because you made a way. You made a way. I don't know how, but you did it. You made a way. I don't know how, but you did it. It's made a way. I don't know how, but you did it. You made a way. I don't know how, but you did it. You made a way. I don't know how, but you did it. You made a way. I don't know how, but you did it for me and you and I. You did it. You made a way. We don't know how, but he did it. He's made a way. So now we stand in here only because you've made a way. And oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fights still and found, leaves the 99, and I couldn't earn it. I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. And I was your foe, still your love fought for me. And you've been so good to me. When I felt no worth, still your love fought for me. Yes, you did, yes, you did. You've been so kind to me. Oh, no, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of Jesus. Oh, it chases me down, fights till I'm out, leaves the 99, and I couldn't earn it. I don't deserve it, but still you give yourself to me. And oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. There's no wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. There's no shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me, after me. No wall you won't kick down, there's no lie you won't tear down, coming after me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fights still loud, found, leaves the 99. And I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it, but still you've just given it all to me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. No shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. There is no other name for which we are saved than the name of Jesus, the name of Jesus. There is no other name by which we are saved than the name of Jesus, the name of Jesus. There is no other name, there is no other name for which we are saved than the name of Jesus, the name of Jesus. To see you healed, dead raised in the name of Jesus, the name of Jesus. I will call the name of Jesus, call the name of Jesus, call the name of Jesus, Jesus. I will call the name of Jesus, call the name of Jesus, call the name of Jesus, Jesus, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Amongst thousands and thousands, my beloved is the most beautiful amongst thousands and thousands. 'Cause yours is a kingdom, yours is a power, yours is a glory forever. Amen. Oh, yours is a kingdom, yours is a power, delight. You reign on high, 'cause yours is the kingdom, yours is the power, yours is the glory forever. Amen. And yours is the kingdom, yours is the power, yours is the glory forever. So sacred, Daddy reigns in the name of Jesus, the name of Jesus. Your love is all I want. Your love is all I need. You covered me when I had no one. Yeah. See, your love is all I want. Jesus, the name above every other name. There's nothing more that I want. He's given me life in abundance, yeah. So why do I fret so much when I have the Prince of Peace in my life? He's reigning over all the things I do. He's my cover, my shield, my defense, my everything, my Lord, my Savior. There's nothing more than I want. There's nothing more I get than to be in your arms, yeah. There's nothing more than I want. Yeah, yeah, da 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 da, sha da da da, da 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 da. If I got Jesus, I got everything. If I got Jesus, I got everything. There's nothing more than I want. There's nothing more that I give to have you right beside me. Yeah, there's nothing more. Yeah, there's nothing more. There's nothing more. There's nothing more than I want. There's nothing more. There's nothing more that I want. There's nothing more. There's nothing more. I give myself away just to have you with me every day. Oh, there's nothing more than I want. There's nothing more that I want. There's nothing, there's nothing, there's nothing, there's nothing, there's nothing more that I want than to give myself away. Trouble's coming from my head, but I know when I bow my head in prayer, the Prince who fights all my battles, yeah, he's gonna rescue me, yeah. So there's nothing more that I want, there's nothing more that I want, yeah. There's nothing more that I want than to give myself away, 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 than to give myself away. I sing praise to the King of Kings. You are my everything, and I will adore you. I will adore you. And wonder, awesome wonder, all the angels will pray. Oh, Jesus, your name is power, great and mighty power, it's such a mystery to us. And this to come. With all creation I say, praise to the King of Kings. You are my everything, and I will adore you. There's no one else but you. Bononi, bononi, bononi. No one else but you. Bononi, bononi, bononi. There's no one else but you. Someone like me to give up your life for me, yeah. You even go on and call me your very own. I'm so grateful for your love, your mercy and grace. Never thought you could love someone. Sing it. Let's sing it together. There's no one else but you. Come on. Come on. Let's make this place interesting a bit. Because it's Kipko, so nobody speaks Ga over here. Oh, you speak Ga? Yeah, then let's sing it. So, who can do the first verse? Never thought you could love to give up. So your mercy and grace. Oh, no one else but you. So say bononi, oh bononi, bono, no one else. No one else but you, but you, but you, but you, but you. Oh, clap for yourselves. You did well, you did well. But really, if you feel like you want to sing,
Come on. Don't be like your friend. Just come and sing. Don't be shy. You'll be fine. The mic will not bite you. If the mic bites, like by this time my mouth is finished. I've sung, so I don't know what song to sing again, to be honest with you. Thank you. If I come and sing that song. How does it even start? We man a mic. Oh. Who knows how it starts? How does it start? I want us to sing this together. If you know how it starts, just raise your hand. Oh. Hello. Hi. Hello. Oh. Someone said Jaira. I feel they won't come lyrics in the refi. Wow. What?
Jaira, you are enough. Jaira, you are enough.
So, in what?
'Cause you are enough.
I've never been more loved than I am right now. Wasn't holding you up, so there's nothing I could do to let you down. Doesn't take a trophy to make you proud. Come on, sing. I've never been more loved than I am right now. 'Cause you are a child. You are enough. Come on, let's sing it. You are a child. Hey, come on, I will be content even in every circumstance. You are a child. You are enough. I know that you are a child. You are enough. You are a child. You are enough. And I will be content in every circumstance. You are a child. You are enough. Already loved. I'm already chosen. I know who I am. I know what you've spoken. I'm already loved more than I could imagine. And that is enough. Yeah, I'm already loved. You guys are not helping out. Come on. I know what you're smoking. I'm already loved. I'm already loved. More than, and that is enough. And that is enough. 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 'Cause you are a child. You are enough. Child, you are enough. Oh yes, oh yes. I If he dresses the lilies with beauty and splendor, how much more would he clothe you? Thank you.
For me, wish you would have told me we were meant to be. Never could imagine, wish you were so serene. One look, one touch, and I just wanna give. And I know you're tryna be my boo. You know that thing between us grew. I know you're tryna be my boo. And all I wanna say is you make me wanna fall for you. You make me wanna for you, but I don't wanna for you. Hey, 'cause I may never get up again. You make me wanna for you. You make me wanna fall for you, but I don't wanna for you. Hey, 'cause I may never get up again. It be hard to love someone who feels some love. Things go by, time slows down when I am with the one who wants me, always there beside me. Hold my hand and look in my eyes so I can tell you that I know you tryna be my boo. You know that thing between us grew. I know you tryna be my boo. And all I wanna say, you make me wanna fall for you. Make me wanna fall for you, but I don't wanna fall for you. You make me wanna fall for you. Fall for you, but I don't wanna fall for you. Hey, 'cause I may never get up again. I don't wanna fall for you. I don't wanna fall for you. You make me wanna for you, 'cause I may never get up again. Thank you so much.
Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high-quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark.
Warm greetings to you all. My name is Auditorium, the convener of the What I Wish I Knew conference. It's an absolute delight and pleasure to welcome you all to the 8th edition of the What I Wish I Knew conference. In the last 8 years, we've had very good reasons not to organize our conferences due to resource constraints or operational glitches. But the alumni and past participant stories embolden us to stay the course. I recently heard the story of Angelica, a 2021 participant of the WIWIK conference who landed a full scholarship at University of Delaware in the United States. She was so thankful of the support and mentorship she had received from the WIWIK platform. I recently also heard the story of Jessica, a 2019 participant of the WIWIK conference who landed a full-time job at Maersk Ghana after a network or contact she built during the WIWIK 2019 conference. This and many other stories we hear, and this keeps us going in organizing our conferences. You have a golden opportunity tonight. This evening's conference, I see it to be a light bulb moment where you need to seize the opportunity. Tonight, you could be the next Jessica, or Angelica, or even more. We discuss trends, patterns, and emerging opportunities. Once again, thank you for coming and wishing you a value-filled evening.
New conference. I thought it was a good place to put your hands together. Our gathering tonight is to draw from the knowledge and professional acumen of our distinguished speakers as we dive very deep into emerging trends, pathways, and opportunity. My name is Owusu-Sekyere, and it's an absolute delight to host you all on behalf of organizers, Apex Human Consult, in this knowledge-sharing experience. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for yourselves for being here. It's a bit warm in here, but we'll have a good time. We'll be fine. Won't we just be fine? And the many who are connecting with us through the power of technology on our social media platform, let's give them a resounding applause. Let's send them some love for joining us. For those of you here, let's maximize the opportunity. Share with someone. Go on to Facebook, Apex Human Consult, we're live, and share the experience so that someone can be part of this experience. For now, though, I'd like to invite the host, the SRC president of the University of Cape Coast, to bring us a welcome address. Please put your hands together, and let's welcome Mr. Samuel Adote.
Good evening. Thank you very much, the organizers of this program, Mr. Auditorium, and all our distinguished guests and experts that are here to illuminate us on the path and opportunities that lies ahead of us. And once again, I want to say welcome to all our colleague students who have made it here. Understanding that today is a very wonderful day in the life of Ghanaians, where Ghana is at starting the first match of the World Cup, and we gathered here to listen to the path that has been tread by experts in order for us to also choose and make choices in going forward. First of all, I must welcome everyone seated here, and from the front of the SRC and the university at large, we say Ahiati Akwaba to all of us. And in this program, I believe that all of us gathered here have expectations And these expectations, WIWIK over the years, I've been a beneficiary of WIWIK in level 100, in 200, in 300, and today I am standing in front of you as the SRC president to welcome you. And I must say that WIWIK has always given students the overdose of insights, the overdose of illumination on the part of entrepreneur, on the part of opportunity in the world that lies ahead of us as students. And this evening, I was even expecting that all final year students would have been seated to listen to the experts speak to us. Here at WIWIK, we are going to be illuminated on the path after school. Most of us are thinking of after national service, what are we going to do? But WIWIK is giving us a platform where we are going to be talked to on what and the steps that are out there that we can maximize. And today, looking at the topic we are dealing with, re-envisioning, looking ahead and emerging opportunity, I believe that this is really important to all of us. We've always heard people talking to us. We've always attended conferences. We've always been given advice by experts on the path. In that pool of advice, in that pool of experts, conversations that we've had, there's always the need to receive more. Because I believe that in order to be practical on the field you find yourself, it is in the pool of these experts, the advice, that makes us strive. And for that matter, I want to encourage you that you stay till we finish. And through it all, I believe that before this program goes to an end, you will have your expectation met. Thank you for sitting, and for our invited guests, we really appreciate your presence and your time. Thank you very much.
And on that note, we say a very hearty welcome to all our distinguished speakers and facilitators. For the thing that we're speaking on tonight, re-envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. Now that's a loaded topic. And to throw more light on it, help me, let's make welcome Mr. Dennis Oting as he illuminates, throws some light on this theme in his exposition. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Invited guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to expose the theme for the What I Wish I Knew Conference 2022. The theme is re-envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. So I will leave you with some food of thoughts, then we zoom into the discussions by our distinguished speakers. So re-envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. I have a story. The story is I was driving to a meeting from Tema to Santa Maria. And on the way, I gave my partner a call. So when you see this man on the screen, when I called, the caller tune when I was calling, the caller tune I got was, let me read it. I heard a chorus, and I want you to think about it. The chorus was, Party manso nantokwe pi, this year yempe de madeno. Sikase ne epupue pi, this year yenye de madeno. TV series 10 this year yenhwe de madeno. Chapel Monday to Sunday, Sofo yempe de madeno. So it struck me. You know, I didn't hear the lyrics well, so I went back. Then I searched on YouTube. So I parked my car and searched on YouTube. And what I entered was, on our way to riches, on our way, on our way. Now when I entered, the title of the song that came was Never Again. So that day, I said to myself, never again am I doing some activities that I used to do. Things that were drawing me back, I'm not going to do it. And that's the first time a song could actually catch my attention to teach me. Most of the time, I read books or I listen to documentaries or read biographies of successful people. When I heard a song, it changed me. So I want us to have this at the back of our minds, that never again. So literally, it said, partisan violence, we are not going to engage ourselves in it. Sikasei nepupuepi, which means that we are not going to do unnecessary spending. TV series 1010, we are not going to spend all our time on the television and then spending all our time at church, we're going to stop. So this is my re-envisioning story. So it struck me that I have to re-envision, which means that I have to change some activities that I do. I have to align the activities I do day to day to the goals and the vision that I have. When you go to the next slide, you see some two men on there. They are professors from Stanford University. That is Jeffrey Pfeffer and Robert Sutton. They wrote a paper that says that the knowing-doing gap. The question they asked is that why do much education and training, management consulting, and business research, and so many books and articles produce so little change in what managers and organizations actually do? So I'm extending it today to ask that why is it that we go for conferences, but it has, or the things we learn have a little impact on the things we do? And they term that the knowing and the doing gap. In their work, they explained that there's a gap between ignorance and knowing, and a gap between knowing and doing. Now, the gap between ignorance and knowing is not that important than doing what you know. That's the gap. So today, as you have come for this conference, we want to challenge you that everything you learn here, that you know here, you're going to do it. You have to do what you know. And that is the most important thing. The question is, why do you know but you don't do? We have to change. We have to align the activities we do. In this re-envisioning conference, we have to start doing. And that is what we want to paint to you today, that it's the only way that re-envisioning theme can have an effect on you. When you go to the next slide, you see a lady there looking at pictures all over. The picture we are trying to tell you today is that you have to have a 360 look at all the things you do, or in your life, you have all the spheres. You can talk of your academic life. You can talk of your spiritual life. You can talk of your relational life. All the aspects of your life. Today's conference, you have to re-envision, to touch on all the spheres of your life. How or what does it matter? Or what's the important? If you do just a little on just your academic life, it's a false balance. So today in Re-Envisioning Conference, the secrets you learn, we want to tell you that when you go, have a 360 look. Everything you do, have a 360 look. And then change some activities in your day-to-day life. When you go to the next slide, you will see the list of the most innovative firms in the whole world. So you can see Apple, you see Alphabet, Amazon, Samsung, IBM, you see Tesla, you see Walmart, and all these companies. And these companies are thriving in the fast-paced world. And they have to battle in changing markets and shifting customer behavior needs. And this is what they have to do. But they are still thriving, and they are still succeeding. COVID-19 came, Some companies have succeeded, some have fallen off. So the challenges will come as COVID-19 came. So you will have a challenge. But I want to tell you that some firms are being innovative. And how they do it is they re-envision. And how they do it, once again, is that they retreat. So when you see these innovative firms, their managers or the top managers sometimes go and hide at certain places. It can be in the woods. They do retreats. They take their time. They re-envision. They change all their strategies, or what they have to touch on, they touch on. So we want to learn from them. So when you look at the picture on your right, you see that in their retreat time, sometimes they play. Sometimes they go on expeditions. Sometimes they can have simple meetings during those times. What I want to preach to you is that retreat and then rethink the things you do. Re-envision. And re-envisioning can come to pass when you have retreated and then taking stock of the things you do or where you want to end. So we have to learn from these firms and what they do. Apply it to your personal life. If you're a business owner here, you can apply it to your business life and to your business. You have to retreat. You have to, there's a lot of noise in the world. And you have to step aside sometimes and then take stock and focus. And it can only happen in re-envisioning. I want to share with you my re-envisioning story. I'm a product of the University of Cape Coast. I did BSc Lab Technology. Oh, then clap well. Make it louder. So this is my re-envisioning story. I thought it has to be much practical to students who are here. This is my re-envisioning story. So I finished Lab Tech. I was not a bad student. I was a good student. I had a second class upper. In our class, only 3 people got first class. And I had a better and a good second class upper. I had interest in science. From infancy, I loved science. I loved doing science. Then I decided to do my master's in food science because I had gone to cocoa processing and then I was doing my national service. So when I went to do my national service, I started inquiring and then asking. One manager told me that, Dennis, when you finish university and come to cocoa processing, you're already a senior member. What is needed is not the technical skills. Now you need managerial skills. So almost all the managers were in management. They've gone to Gimpa to do some 1 or 2 courses. So he advised me. Now, I rethinked my science and then went in to do an MBA. After the MBA, I started working, and in the work, I saw that I needed a good knack for accounting and finance. So I did an MSc Accounting and Finance. See how the journey turned. And then I've ended up doing a Doctor of Business Administration. So that is my re-envisioning story. The question is, how can a lab technologist switch and now be a master and a doctor in business administration? It all comes with re-envisioning. You have to take stock of your life and see. And I want to testify to you that I've not been bad with business. Business has been good. Science student, now a business person. So that is my re-envisioning story, to tell you that after school, you may wonder and things will change. Open up. When the change comes, accept it, because you may not know where it will end you. I want to end with the last slide and say that what you know today may be irrelevant tomorrow. So when you see the picture on the screen, you see a 2-headed person, and this is called the genus god in Roman history, this god was known for the present and the future. So looking at the picture, you see that one picture or one face of it is holding a staff of authority, and one is holding a key. So one side of it is having authority and the mastery over the present, and the one side is looking at the opportunities that he will seize into the future. Today, have that two-sided face. In organizational science, innovators or scholars in innovation term it the ambidexterity. Having two-sided faces. Looking at what you are doing today, improving it and making it better, and then looking into the future opportunities that you can seize. When you have these two faces, you have re-envisioned. So today, we want to encourage you to listen with rapt attention. You will enjoy today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
A bigger applause for the ambidextrous science businessman. Thank you very much. Quite a number of companies are helping us put together this beautiful knowledge sharing experience. And for a moment, let me just acknowledge them. WIWIK2022 is proudly sponsored by ATL, Calbank, Bolt, Ravens Consulting GH, whose CEO we just heard from, Crescendo Consult, PropelED, and Benchmark Executives. At this point now, please fix your attention on the screen as we take messages from our sponsors. But before that, we will receive a message from our lead sponsor, the Ghanaian German Center, whose rep is here. Put your hands together. Let's welcome Mr. Kabute Doku.
Good evening. I bring you greetings from the German Development Cooperation, Ghanaian German Center for Jobs, Migration and Reintegration, and the Program Migration for Development. As an international cooperation enterprise for sustainable development with worldwide operations, GIZ supports the German government in achieving its development policy objectives. We provide viable, forward-looking solutions for political, economic, ecological, and sustainable development in today's globalized world. GIZ promotes complex reforms and change processes. Our corporate objective is to provide people's living conditions on a sustainable basis. The Global Migration for Development project is commissioned by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and is implemented by GIZ. We seek to create and provide advice on prospects for returning migrants in Ghana, as well as for potential migrants, and to address irregular migration by providing information on legal ways of regular migration to Germany. In Ghana, the program has established a structure for migration and reintegration advice through the Ghanaian German Center for Jobs, Migration and Reintegration, which became operational in December 2017. GGC, as we usually call it, is set up in collaboration with the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. Now to WIWIK. We at the GIZ Program Migration for Development are excited to partner Apex Human Consult for this year's WIWIK conference because we side with the team Re-Envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. Students run the risk of making uninformed decisions throughout their educational and professional careers due to a lack of understanding of current training and related labor market developments, as well as lack of adequate reflection on their unique strengths, preferences, and abilities. A program like this, therefore, orients students towards new work prospects and helps them avoid short-term frictional unemployment. From this conference, We expect students to reflect on their aspirations, their interests, their competencies, personal traits, qualifications, and talents in line with professional possibilities, as well as the availability to current labor market information, education, and work prospects. I would like to end by stating that life is full of wishes, love, and ambition. You should always strive to be better than yesterday. And believe me, you can change your situations and life for better if you try more. Thanks for taking part in WIWIK 2022.
Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high-quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next segment will be what we call the fireplace chat, and I'll let you into who our presenter is. But first, let's welcome Mr. Yaosompa to give us an introductory presentation. A round of applause for him.
Hi, good evening. The last time I was on this campus, I didn't know that there was a traffic light in UCC. I did actuarial science and I left 2009. It's been such a long time. How many of us, if this boat was parked on the coast of Elmina and said we were going, if you would board this ship right now, he won't let me finish the question, his hands are up. Please, let's stand and look at him. Leave this hall right now, and this ship will take you somewhere to the coast of the Caribbean, or let's say US, and you can work and hustle. How many of us will leave this hall right now and join the ship? Leaders, please, I want you to turn and look, yes. Oh, please, I want to see the hands. You will leave this hall now. You won't listen to anybody. You will leave right now. Is it fair to say more than 50%, almost 75% will leave? 100%. Now that's what we're dealing with this evening. The real conversation is, what if I told you that the name of this ship is written right here? Let's call it St. Juan Batista, which is the name of the ship that took the first slaves out of Africa to the coast of the Caribbean. If I told you it's the name of a slave ship, the first slave ship, will you still go? Yes, that's what we're dealing with. And what I'm here doing literally is to set a contest for Mr. Mwabeng. My name is Yaosumpa. I'm a practicing lawyer, and as I said, I did actuarial science, so I'm not here to talk about myself. But the big question is, why would we leave a land like this to go to places where Ghana is perhaps more endowed and positioned to be a little more better? How many of us know the land size of Ghana? Land size. Nobody. You Google it and tell me. About 243,000 square kilometers, right? How many of us know the land size of Switzerland or the land size of Netherlands? How many of us know? Long story short, if you combine those two countries together, Ghana is about 3 times bigger than those two countries put together. 3 times. How many of us will give Ghana for any of those two countries? Please turn again and see what we are working with. Now, once we yes, that slide, yes. How many of us can tell me the brands on your left, where they come from, and the brands on the right, where they come from? Brands on the left, where they come from, and brands on the right. I think the visuals are not too clean. But for purposes, all the brands on your left are multi-million Dutch brands. And all the Swiss brands and all the brands on your right are multi-million Dutch brands. Multi-million, I mean. Now the big question, name me one Ghanaian company that is comparable to any one of this. Though we are 3 times bigger than the two countries put together. Name me one. One, and I'll sit down. One. Oh, I'm waiting. Safu Kantanka. One. I'm waiting. Right? What I'm here to do literally is to introduce a man who set a journey to compete this narrative. He did not only build a company from the heart of Kantamanto, but he built a company, he built a company with 3 people in the heart of Kantamanto, and not only transformed one industry, multiple industries, not only one country, took the footprint of that country to South Africa, Nigeria, London, and to Germany. Starting with a people of 3 people in the heart of Kantamanto. And so the things he's going to share is not theory. But before that slide comes and he comes to take on board, this is a house study that tells cultural differences about different kind of people in different countries. If you compare the Swiss and the Dutch and the Ghanaian, 2 things I want to highlight as I introduce him. The first one is long-term vision. The average Ghanaian scores about 4 on the scale out of 100. The Dutch scores about 75. The Swiss scores about 75. The Dutch scores about 68. The average Ghanaian scores about 4. Long-term orientation. So what I'm here to tell you is that this is a man who is going to share his experience with us. But more importantly, he wants you to dream big. And he wants you to see that if you can build a company from the heart of Kantamanto to the ends of the world, then it is possible. So with the honors, I will want us to, please, if you can, on our feet, as I introduce my boss. I've known him since I joined UT, right after UCC, and he's been my boss for the last 13 years. So please help me welcome Mr. Prince Kofi Amwabia.
Hi, all. Hi. I think you should clap for yourselves. And clap for yourselves because notwithstanding the fact that Ghana is playing Brazil, which we know we're going to lose, you left this match and you are here to seek knowledge. For that alone, say hi. Thank you very much, and I'm so happy to be here. Fridays are not a day that, I normally want to sacrifice, but for you, I want to be here and to share experience with you. Thank you very much. I think before I get interviewed by the fireside, as it said, I want to say a few things about starting businesses, re-envisioning, and so on and so forth. I like the title, Re-Envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. My whole life has been about re-envisioning. Let me tell you my own issue about re-envisioning. I went to school like a normal person from class 1 through to at Sado College, the best college in Ghana, in the world actually. And I saw the life I was leading at the Sado, and I said, if I should come to sixth form here, I'm going to fail, because the life was too hot. Then I met my cousin who said he was going to private secondary school, and I said, oh, are there any good schools in the Eastern region? He said, so St. Peter's School, they get 100%, that's my time, 100% admission to university. I said, okay. So if I should enter St. Peter's, then certainly I'm going to university. So I had to think about it. And I was a good student, and I decided by all standards. Then I decided I'll go against the grain. And I chose St. Peter's. Headmaster called me 3 times and said, Amwabi, you can't go anywhere. You must come back. I said, Samikra, I'm not going to sixth form. So if I choose, I decided to be useless. So I went to St. Peter's, and therefore it ensured that I went to university. I finished university, started national service. Those they were paid 135 old cedis. And it was enough for the average student. But I mean, because I was gambling and night clubbing and things like that, my 135 cedi by the 8th of the month is finished. I have to gamble, borrow to gamble to survive. And I was teaching at Accra Academy National Service, and my life wasn't worth anything. Again, I had to sit back and say, hey, the way I'm going, look at how do I emerge as a responsible citizen. Then I looked at Army advert, which was in the papers, and I talked to people and said, if you go to the Army, what is involved? They said, well, you become an officer. And I said, you become an officer, and what do you get? Well, you get disciplined. I said, okay, I'm not disciplined. You get 3 squares a meal for the officer, a room for yourself, which is decorated, and a salary. I said, hey. So even if I should gamble at all, I still will eat and get a salary. So then I applied to join the Army. So I re-envisioned, look at the opportunity, I said, the Army I go. And I joined the Army, and I loved the Army. I was never going to come back. But then when we started revolutions in 79, 81, and I said, no, this is not the Army I joined. So again, I had to re-envision. I said, what do I do? I went to Nigeria, because most people were going to Nigeria those days. There wasn't really a true life in Nigeria. All they do is fine, they have a good teaching appointment. In the evening, they will chop goat head and live soup and Guinness, and probably have a balance to bring home for their mothers. I said, this is not the end of the world. So I left Nigeria. I went to Liberia. Same story, more or less. Then I went to London, where I studied a little bit. And I said, no, I'm a Ghanaian. Ghanaians can't push me out of this country. So I came back to Ghana. And I looked at people who were successful driving Mercedes-Benz and things like that, and I said, how come I'm broke? But I resolved that I would stay in Ghana no matter what it takes. And I started following my next door neighbor, who was a businessman, and going up and down doing business. And for 15 years, I was doing all kinds of businesses, all kinds, and I was learning. The message I want to take is that when you are young, don't worry. Take risks. You have a lot of life ahead of you. You can always re-envision your situation and learn from the mistakes that you make and move on. The issue, as Steve Harvey said, is take a jump. When you think you have something and you are young and you've done reasonable due diligence, take a jump. Sometimes someone will push you, it's okay. So maybe you are late and you are sacked. It's okay, you are late because you're probably pursuing some business. That is your jump. It's not all jumps that you take, you get comfortable and then you jump. Sometimes you are pushed. But take a jump, take risks, make mistakes. Now, finally, to start Unique Trust, what happened was I had gone to the bank several times to look for money. And every time I was bounced because they say I didn't have a credit history. And I looked at my qualification, I said, listen, I'm an army officer, I'm disciplined. I have what it takes to enforce that people pay me if they should owe me. Then I also said, I'm a graduate, accountant graduate, and I was a chartered accountant. What is involved in lending? So I did a survey on the market and I said there's a huge gap because those days people were lending at 100% a month, at best 50% a month, and actually when it comes to the Obronuawu sector, those who go to pick some Obronuawu to sell and come and pay is 10% a day. Simple interest is 300% a month. So I decided to find money and lend at 15% a month. And everybody was saying I was crazy. And I said, no. Somebody taking 100% would be more than glad to take 15%. And I was doing good service to those who were taking 100%. And that's how I started Unique Trust. And I started lending to watches sellers, tomato sellers, egg sellers, because I didn't have the money. Eventually, I was lending to people who wanted to buy aeroplanes and name it, what became of Unique Trust. And as Yao said, and as the title today says, always look at the situation around you. Every one of us is unique. And God put you here and gave you special talents. You are not like the next person. And your talents are supposed to contribute to the evolvement and development of this world. Find it. But before that, learn, have the right ethics and values, and respect people, all people. Your values have to be right. And then take the step forward when the situation comes. I will not take too long of your time, but this is basically what I will advise you to do. Learn, don't waste monies. I even developed a habit of, so much habit of not wasting money that I have only one shoe that I wear to any place. And people think I'm telling lies. When I was CEO of UT, CEO and president, I had only one shoe. So save money, build capital, make sure that you work for people. You work in the interest of people. God didn't put you here to amass things for yourself. He put you here to make the world a better place, to make the people around you a better place. The world is not about you, it's about people. And once you have that, I promise you, there's no end to where you can get. Make sure your life counts. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. How are you? Oh, wow, your voice is outside. How are you? My name is Kafuide. I'm a curious interviewer, so I'm going to ask a lot of questions. And I'm happy to be here with a gentleman who is exactly 70 years, 70 months, and 1 day today. 70 years, 7 months, and a day. Please clap for him. 77 and 1. Your story is a fascinating one. Have you been always somebody who was able to just reflect on where they're going? Because you said you saw your life, you were gambling, Charlie, this isn't going to work. I need to do this, I need to do that. Have you always been like that? I mean, where did you get that from?
Interesting question. When I was a kid, my dad says I was like a goat. He says I do one thing wrong, he warns me against it, and I'll go and do another one. And then he warned me against it. When I've done so many mistakes, then I'll go and start from the first one. So he said you are like a goat. When they put a band there, you break it. And when we put a band, you go to the next one, and so forth. I've always been an adventurous person. I don't mind changing positions. And when I was a kid, now you will say he's a hyper kid. Me, they call me Kofi Babone. My only uncle who's alive still calls me Kofi Babone. because I was always testing waters. But when I was a kid, I guess not with much appreciation. But now that I've grown and I've learned and I have knowledge and all that, I will really appreciate the circumstance before I break the ban and become a bad goat.
So do you like yourself, the way you are?
I love myself, but I love people more. But if you don't love yourself, how can you love other people?
I hear a lot of complaints about Ghanaian students. Just today I saw another one from the Minister of Education, who was talking about how the students come out of school and they lack critical skills and they need to change, Is it a fair comment on Ghanaian students?
It's a fair comment which should be addressed at him, not the students. In everything, I blame the leadership. And not even leadership as a group. The very person at the very top. You must set the tone. And you are the #1 citizen. So if he becomes the Minister of Education, if he has the powers that he is supposed to have, he should decide the educational standards that we should have and the processes and so on and so forth. Why come and tell us? Act as the head of education. Don't come and tell us. Like normally people will say, fix Ghana. And then people will say, fix yourself, sir. Do I have military? Do I have police? Do I have IRS? How do I fix myself? Better than them, if I dare say that. What have we done with our situation? In actual fact, it's interesting to know that we have a lot more natural resources than them. Not 3 times. We have probably about 50 times the resources that they have. They don't have anything. Switzerland, I've been there. It's just ice and ice and ice and nothing. And yet, you saw the companies that they've been able to put up. So, it's our lack of development which has made the students react or respond to the question like that.
You built a business from scratch. What is the most important quality you need to have to do that?
I think the most important value you need is to have respect for everyone. Now, let me explain a little bit. Respect for everyone means you don't feel you are better than anybody. And it means simply, one thing that really I must emphasize is, if you see, let me go back a bit. As human beings, all we have is the time we have on earth. That's all we have. So you find that when somebody is dead, they say, oh, the man lived for 70 years. It means his life had a span of 70 years. And so if you want to respect someone, you respect their time. Anybody who doesn't respect your time is telling you, I don't respect you, period. Don't think about options. Now, the thing about time is there are only 2 aspects of time. There's just the sheer length of the time and quality time. So every human being is trying to extend their time or trying to get quality time. And by respecting this of people, you know exactly what they want, right? So to respect everybody the same, you must put systems in place and adhere to the systems. And you as the leader, you must subject yourself to those systems. So my story is very simple. My staff know exactly what the policies are. Before you enter, we take you through all the policies. I follow all the policies. So if you go contrary to the policy, you have sacked yourself. And sanction is, people say that I used to sack. I say I've never sacked anybody. People sack themselves. So in leadership, what you try to do is put systems in place to make sure everybody is respected. It's about merit, not about relationship. And make sure that you care for those people, the people who are with you. And for when it comes to your clients, you are thinking about saving them time and giving them comfort. You remember a loan in 48 hours. That is what distinguishes us from the crowd. Completely, when we were able to cut lending time to 48 hours, which most people didn't believe, but we were able to do.
Who are you competing against? You were doing 48 hours, the rest were doing what?
3 months. Even today, you want a loan from the bank, 3 months if you are lucky. And when we did loans in 48 hours, even though we were expensive, we saved a lot of businesses and we saved time for people and they appreciated it.
So what, 2 days versus 90 days? So you were like 45 times better than the rest.
And after the 90 days, they probably won't even give it to you. And it's happening today. Because they don't respect people and don't see the problems of people in that perspective. It's like putting yourself in their shoes. When somebody, especially SMEs, entrepreneurs come to you and they say, I need 50,000. They need it now. The business is just outside there waiting. If you wait 1 month to evaluate it, the business is gone. But they can't tell you the business is gone because they want the money and try it somewhere else.
So respect for people is key.
Respect for everyone
is key.
Is the key.
I know. Is it true that customer service calls came directly to you? I heard that you used to pick up the calls for
not
complaints.
only that, I had my telephone number in every reception in every branch in UT. And it says, if you are dissatisfied, call the CEO on this number. The only problem was that people didn't believe it, so they were not calling. I had very few calls.
They didn't test it?
No. Few people tested it. And anyone who tested it and had a genuine reason, I stopped everything I was doing and I resolved the problem for them.
What does that say about Ghanaians?
We are not... It's a good question. Ghanaians always want to find some mystic thing about leadership and about authority. So when people are appointed into positions, they know that Ghanaians won't question them. And therefore they take advantage and abuse us. And we accept it. And we don't... It's our nature. We have, for example, the chieftaincy. The chief sets the rules, but he is above the rules. And therefore his wife and his akonta are above the rules. And it's meant for those who are downtrodden. So when I put my number there, funny thing, somebody called me and he says, I want to know who is speaking. I said, well, you called, so tell me what it's about. He said, no, you tell me, what's your name? And I said, well, really? I'm Kofi Amwabe. Hey, I call you a tough pow. And I didn't see any toughness in putting my name there and responding to your call. And actually, if you call and I'm not able to pick it, I'll call you back. And it's my habit. Because I want to respect the next person like myself.
Is it also true that your staff, you said because you're from the military, you knew how to get your money back. You used to stop people in traffic and take the car back from them that because they hadn't paid their money or something. I had stories like this. I want to confirm right now.
It's very, very true.
Okay.
Why can't you understand this? I go and borrow money, which I have to pay back with interest. And I listen to your problem. And I share your situation with you. And then we devise how the money is going to help you, so you pay. And you decide you will not pay, you probably misapply the money. And then you go to bed, or you are driving your car, and me, poor me, I don't have to sleep. I have to come and chase you. Please, your sympathy should be with me. Why are you asking me this question?
I want to confirm it. It's like urban legend. So since you are here, I wanted to confirm it with you. Do you think the military made you a better businessman?
Yes, definitely. The military teaches you to be a good leader. A leader who cares for his people, as in your subordinates, and you are responsible for them, their welfare and everything. Because you have to do that because as you go to war, for example, you need them to cover your back as you go into war. So the military leadership is complete and is the best training that you can give anyone.
Should we have compulsory military service after university?
We can't afford it.
We can't. It's expensive.
No, it's quite expensive. How many tertiary students are we churning out every year? 30,000, 50,000? We can't afford it. As a nation.
If we could afford it.
IMF is even here to help us. They say we don't have the money.
We don't have the money. And talking about we don't have the money, that's a big problem for a lot of entrepreneurs. Fighting money issues. and it's almost like a wilderness experience. I'm sure you must have had issues like that in your time as an entrepreneur. How did you go through those tough times as a business person?
That's quite a good question. And for this audience, you see, let's say you have a business, and every one of you can become a great leader. If you look at where I started and the things I went through, there's nothing special about me. It all comes from, of course, how you are raised, the values you have, the knowledge you acquire, and the situations you go through, the experiences and things like that. Now, we all get calls, not the sorry calls that I had a call from whatever, but every so often we meet situations where we feel we can make it better. That is your call. So let's say you go and buy bread, and the bread is not tasty, you go to another place, it's not tasty. If you know something about bakery, you realize that you say, why should these people give us this kind of bread? I think I can do a better bread. That is your call. You know, so your knowledge and expertise and experiences will determine which calls you have, as in what you can do something about. So anytime you go to bed and something is disturbing you, you think it's not right and it needs to be changed, it's a call. So when you have the call, you have to do something about it. And you can only do something about it if you have the knowledge to change it. But most people are too comfortable to do anything about it. Let's say, especially people who go through school and they are bright and they're always at the top. They are comfortable. They know they will get a job. So why should they go and risk setting up a bakery or setting up a carpentry shop or something like that when they know that they will get a job with GCP or Calbank or something because they are bright? So the Americans have something which they said, A students teach B students to work for C students. Now, what it means is that you get the A students who eventually become professors and so on and so forth. And they teach people who become the MBAs and degree holders. And they eventually work for the entrepreneurs, those who took risks. Because these people probably didn't finish university or didn't finish secondary school. Therefore, they were prepared to take risk. And because also they had to prove themselves because they couldn't prove themselves in the classroom. So you find that most of these businesses start something in their garages and work hard at it. Before you realize it becomes a good business, it starts employing graduates and so on to work for them. The issue is to take risks, take a jump. And it's easier to take a jump if your situation is not guaranteed. But when it's very guaranteed, you tend not to take a jump. So your question again?
Yes, so what did you learn from all of this?
So the issue is, even when you are bright, sometimes people have hobbies. And you find them, they are working and they have a hobby, they are good at cooking, they are good at doing this and that. Whilst working and doing your hobby, at some point, decide that maybe your hobby is where your passion is, and therefore you want to take a job and start something on your own. I think our government has made it quite clear that it hasn't got jobs for those who are coming out. And that is why, for me, I find it's necessary to actually go off my weekend and come and spend time with those who are going to come out of school and tell them it's scary to take a jump. It's scary to leave the normal straight trail. But by all means, it's not the end. You take a jump. If you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. God needs you to do something to change the world, and it will happen.
Awesome. So tell me, you spoke in your little remarks before we about frugality, about, say, owning one pair of shoes.
You are looking at my shoe.
Yes, I am. And the shoes look really good. And saving money. What do you tell a young student who says, how much am I even getting before you want me to save?
Okay. It's a good question. One thing I don't understand is I find students and workers and other people paying tight. If you believe in it, fine. I don't. And therefore, I have some pastors not liking me very much, which I don't care. But if you believe in tithing, and you're going to give 10% of whatever is not enough, you yourself, what are you putting down for yourself? So why give 10% to a pastor for the pastor's church if you cannot put 10% for yourself? It doesn't make sense to me. So the means by which you're able to pay your tithe, pay yourself by way of savings.
Pay yourself, and if you want to pay tithes, pay your
Because
tithes.
when you want to start a business, at least you need to take transport to register a company, to go and do this and that. You need your own small capital. Kafi, let me just extend this a bit. Now, to start the business, you need your own small capital, no matter how small it is. And then, how do you raise funds for the business?
How did you do it?
Yeah, that's what I'm coming to. The thing is, you start with your own small capital. You write a business plan. Not business plan, don't be scared about business plan. It's a matter of what you want to do. It can be on sheets of exercise book, sheets. But you put it down and say, this is what I really want to do. Now, don't start, when people say you need a vision, mission and things, mission is important. Vision, forget about it. Because when you are starting a business, what you want to say, I want to be the best. Who told you? You haven't even started.
So be real, eh?
Be real. The mission is quite clear. I want to supply the best hamburgers in Central Region by ABC means, getting the softest meat and good bread and so. That's your mission. As for whether you become, what do you call it?
KFC or whatever.
That one, forget it, because you're only starting. You're only dreaming. Now, your mission is quite clear. So with that mission and the processes, how you're going to get your customers, the product itself, description of it, and the process you're going to get through, and the people you're going to use to do that, and the profit margins you expect. Now, when you have that document, the best people to go to raise money are people who know you. If you come to me, I won't give you a dime, but I don't know you. So you go to friends and relations. Now, the thing about it is that if you are a person of integrity, it's easier. So if you have been a crook all along, you will go to them, they won't mind you. That's why it's necessary to be honest and have integrity as you're growing. Now you go to these family people or relatives, friends, discuss the business with them, the product, the processes, the mission, and what you want to do and profitability. And tell them what you give them as a return for the money they're giving you. Even if it's your father or your mother, tell them, Papa, this is what it is. If I get 100,000 CDs or 10,000 CDs, this is what I'm going to do, and I expect to make so much in a month or in a year or whatever, and the profit will be so much, I can pay you so much every month or every year or something. Now, if you're a man of integrity and hardworking, then this relation will say that yes, Akosia has always been hardworking, and I believe her because she always tells the truth and she's knowledgeable. Then they can give you some money. Most people who have business plans in their pockets and in their files, and then you find that, this one is very, very good, though, but when I go to my uncle, he says they won't give me money. Did you tell them how much they're going to get out of their money? Because anybody who has money knows the value of money, and there's an opportunity cost to the money. They won't just give it to you because you're a relation, because they can put it in treasury bill and get a lot more. So go to them with an offer which specifies what the return should be. It doesn't matter if it's your father or your mother. When I started, I went to friends and relations and I told them that for every 5 million old cities they would give me, I was going to pay them 5% a month. And I used to carry a register, and every month I drove there myself and presented a check. If they were not there, I give it to a secretary to sign, and I leave the check with the interest, and then the capital you do with the capital. And that is how I started raising money. But people think Who told us Abusia?
He said no support. Here in Ghana, no support, no support.
No support. And they sing songs, Abusia Boni, I'm free. Who told us Abusia Boni? There's nothing like Abusia Boni. You haven't helped yourself.
So let people know what they're going to get from you.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, and there are angel investors. Don't waste too much on time, but you can always make a pitch. Don't waste your time if it's a startup with any of the commercial banks. It's a no-go area. You can try some of these microcredits and things like that because they get close to you and so forth. So they might take the risk on you.
This is like a business lecture 101 compressed nicely. Do you get the universities calling you to become a guest lecturer to speak to their MBA classes, entrepreneurship classes?
It's interesting you ask this question. I have set up PK Mwabin Leadership Foundation, and what I want to do is to impact the younger ones who are coming, because it's so quite desperate for this country. To impact the younger ones with the right values and leadership qualities so they will start looking at doing business. So it is not smooth because we've been to some campuses, me and Yao, who introduced me. And initially, I didn't understand it. To go leave your comfort zone and drive with material and things to go and lecture the younger ones, they want item 13 before they will come.
Wow. So an MBA class doesn't call you and say, listen, you are today our guest lecturer on entrepreneurship is Captain Kofi Amwabin, retired, and then you give a guest lecture.
It's very few because, you know, the government says I'm a criminal, I'm in court. So if you go close to Kofi Amwabin, the government may not be too happy with you.
How does that make you feel? I mean,
I don't care at all.
You don't care that your company was destroyed?
No, Ghanaians didn't like it. Or the government they chose didn't like it, so I live with it. I don't need much, but I wanted to help people.
Not bitter?
No. I don't. Bitterness is not in my dictionary.
What's the worst that can happen to you?
Die.
That's a good one. What's the biggest risk you've taken in your life to date? Biggest risk. Craziest risk.
Oh, I've taken too many. I've taken so many risks. I've made so many mistakes.
What was the latest risk you took?
I think it was one of the interviews on TV, and just as I answered freely, somebody asked me so. I said, well, the president took a loan from me, and they say, why do you say the president took a loan from me? I said, but he knows he took.
How much?
I don't remember the figure. It's long ago.
Did he pay back?
He did.
All right, I'm happy to hear that. And we're going to wrap it up this very, very soon. Now, what skills do you think young people need to future-proof their life, to be able to go through whatever shocks that may come? What are the key skills that they need?
Well, first they should have faith in the God who created them. And faith that God will not let you down. And that God, when you go through challenges, is only testing you and making you tougher. At your age, it's not about punishment at all. When you are about 70 plus and you are in trouble, then it's probably God punishing you. I believe that. But when you are young and you go through tough times, God is strengthening you for tougher times to come. The second thing is humility. Humility. Let me repeat. Apart from faith, is humility. If you have humility, you can withstand any position and anything which is thrown at you. If you think you are big because you've gotten something before, and therefore you are above this and you can't be dealt this, then you have a problem. You may commit suicide if the situation changes. But if you have humility, you can withstand anything that is thrown at you. I remember after the bank was taking, I needed money and I was in a hurry. So I rushed to UT Bank, had been taken over by GCB Bank. So I went to GCB Bank, Banking Hall. And the staff were scared. Hey, What's the man coming to do here? I said, I'm coming to take money from my account.
That's all.
And they said, oh, sit in the car, we'll bring the money. I said, why? And they were all shocked that I could walk into my former office and go and queue in the customers, banking hall, looking to cash money. But it didn't mean anything to me at all, because when I was CEO and everything, I would go to the restaurant or cafeteria and I'll queue behind my messenger. So queuing wasn't anything to me.
So
but when
they
said that, then I could imagine for some MDs, if they should lose their position, they cannot go close to where they used to work. I go there, I call them, I chat with them, just as usual. So to answer your question, have great faith in the God who put you in this world. He will protect you and he put you here for a purpose. He can change the purpose because of situations or what you let yourself into, but he will never let you down. That's one. And two, have humility. Because if you have humility, it doesn't matter how your situation changes, you can still come out and be strong.
One thing you wish you knew in your 20s, or early 20s, what you wish you knew in your early 20s?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew I didn't have to trust people that much. Do you understand? Normally, when you are good to people, you expect them to be good back to you. But it doesn't work out that way. It doesn't matter how good you are to people, some will ditch you.
Who has let you down the most?
Who?
Who has let you down the most?
No, I'm not here to mention names, Kafu. But, you know...
I'm here to ask the questions.
No, as I told you, I don't hold anything against anybody. God works with good people and bad people, but God's work will always prevail. So I don't have any problems. I'm in great health at 70. I even think I'm 39. And I don't have any illness. I don't have anything. What else can I ask for? I can't ask for anything more.
When will the case end, the court case?
I don't know. I don't know.
How many years now has it been running?
2 years with probably 5 more to go.
You were Ghana's most respected CEO 3 years, and also you received an Order of the Star of the Volta Officers Division. Where is that order? That medal? Is it a medal, right?
Yeah.
Where is it?
There are a lot more. I was Marketing Man of the Year, 6 years, most respected CEO.
Johnny Walker, we used to see you on those
Johnny Walker and all those things.
Which of those medals or awards are you most proud of?
I think Johnny Walker made a lot of difference, because that was international. But most respected CEO also mattered, because it was my peers who voted and said I was the most respected CEO. So it's okay, but you see, the thing is not to let these things get into your head and let you think that you are superhuman. Because anytime those awards came, I accepted them, and they were good in building the brand and the company for all of us, as in me and my staff. But I didn't take it as me being superhuman and I achieved it. So I was awarded Order of the Volta. And then the bank was taken away, and I'm in court. I'm the same person. So I'm dealing with both situations. That's what I talked about, humility.
And finally, what are you envisioning and looking ahead for new opportunities?
For
yourself?
Well, I want to stay in good health. I want to build on the foundation that I've started, and I want to impact a lot more lives, especially for the youth, because I've given up on the old ones. So I think the world is for the youth, and I need to infect them with the good values and how to build a great nation for themselves and for their children and the children after them.
Please put your microphone in your left hand. If I were in the army, I would have been proud for you to be my senior officer, but I'm not, and so I'd like to say thank you so much, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
It's been a great conversation. Thank
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think a louder applause is in order. And to our moderator, the host of the GTV Breakfast Show, Mr. Kafwide. Thank you, sir. A round of applause for him.
Just when you mentioned that you knew you were happy we were here because we were playing a game against Brazil and we were going to lose, they scored a second goal against Ghana. And as at halftime, it was 3-0. So you are more than a prophet. You are real. All right, thank you.
I don't know how I feel at the sound of that, whether I feel good or I feel bad. But I do know that we all made a right decision to be here. Absolutely. His name is Shelter. He's going to offer some shelter with spoken word as our interlude. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we make welcome Kwame Shelter for a spoken word performance.
My name is Kwame Shelter, and I'm a poet. Tonight, I'm already illuminated, enlightened. I've learned a lot, and I hope you've learned a lot too. Out of a concrete grew a red rose. Out of a concrete grew a black one. Rejected and dejected by society for being different. Cause I had no ending. To some, I was scorched. To some, I was cursed. To others, I was just bad luck. You see, burning under the merciless scorch of the sun, my mom was always abused by the heat from Obuaje's gift of light. Hustling from dawn to dusk, the only valuable property she tried to protect were the pan on her head and the child at her back. Okrai kurase na nkobebobra. Also brown one peria kanashia manipura. Stuck behind the gates of success, society calls me a bastard. Why? Because my old girl was raped by a fatherless rascal, leaving behind the only thing she was left behind, a hope as black as a starless night. Me. I could feel the pains in her lungs whenever she screamed her heart out for a profit worth only an evening meal. Life struggles were gradually tearing the world apart, and I could feel the pains deep within me. My faith was buried deep by faith. Life was so gloomy, my main kind of straight, and I could barely see. If only I knew my ordeals were ideal for my survival. Me friend to my grown team in deep pragro. She see no hear no talk. Me ti dia meeting and ya same be an family. Penin for say na for same pint na boko to nitire. To make them waso. Me sremo and me come home. See, roses are meant to be red. To me, coming out black was considered an accident. You come in Gaby. You come in Gobi. You see me in Popuasia wine to your Sam in Sebi. And so many say, Debbie, me come as sem. Debbie, see Capapa my fam. You see, I didn't say I am born a miss of war. When me sense Romani be PA. Na be Debbie me pay for me them. Until na ma me say, Kwame and Kobe asem. And you be atem. And boo be atem. Na pruno to me dane. And prune fruit be ashamed. Kai baby how free. O can't chinegua. O boafo ne wine. Aji uko free. And bring ya. Sisi udin. Nasabrabo kasa. Tini din. The Musemwa. The Musempi. They'll call you a curse just because you don't look like the rest. They'll treat you like dirt, and deep down they will hurt. But you're beautiful. Yes, you know you are. You are unique. It takes a strong will to say you are. You are the future, and not what the past says you are. You are the best, and that is why they refuse to accept you for who you truly are. Though you may not be perfect, though you may be flawed by mistakes from the past, and though most of your choices and decisions may be unexpected, and to society you are just one unlucky outcast, be proud of who you really are. A black rose. My name is Kwame Shelton. Thank you.
Now that was beautiful, wasn't it? Wonderful. We're moving on in our program, and we've come to a very critical part where we have the spotlight presentation. Speaking to us tonight is a man who holds a PhD in agricultural engineering from Cranfield University in the United Kingdom, and an MSc in irrigation and drainage engineering from Osei University in Nanjing in China. He did this in 1998. I'm wondering how many of us were born then. Between 2008 and 2015, he served here in the University of Cape Coast in numerous capacities in the Department of Agricultural Engineering as the department head, as the vice dean, and he got an appointment as the rector of the Perez University College between 2016 and 2018. And he exhibited excellent performance while he was on leave from UCC. He has also served on Independent Council of Private Universities, the director of Mosaic Missions Ghana, which is an NGO, and additionally, he has engaged himself in consultancy services and has been a team leader in the institutional evaluation for World Bank Centers of Excellence and consulted for GIZ, FAO, and the proposal evaluator for the World Bank Centers of Excellence in Southern and Eastern Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure is mine to make welcome the Vice Chancellor of the Cape Coast Technical University, Right Reverend Engineer Professor Joshua Danso Owusu-Sekyere.
Thank you very much, MC, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The captain has just left here, another Adisco boy, and I was going to talk about Adisco. Unfortunately, he's left. After, fellow speakers, if I may call you that, and good evening. After that interview, I wonder what I'm going to say. I came with something prepared for you, but I haven't listened to all that is going on. I wonder if I should put my own presentation aside. Anyway, I'll still carry on. It was interesting what some of the things that Mr. Mwabeng said. Respect for time, respect for people. And then there was this young man who compared us to Switzerland and to, was it Norway? And I think that one of the main differences is in the mindsets. Clearly, our mindsets are totally different from the mindset of those people who are out there. For those of you who may have been in the UK, you may be in the US, and maybe some other parts of the world, you would realize that if you go to any community, a black community, and let's say you got to a bus station and a bus arrived, the black community would rush for the bus, okay? But if you went to a white community, they would queue nicely and quietly get on board the bus. It's all in the UK. It all may be in the US, but our approaches are different to different situations. And I think what worries us is our mindset. We really actually have no respect for time in this part of the world. In fact, I was told to come in, I was supposed to speak, well, they changed it along the line earlier on, then it was changed. I actually have a meeting right after here, 7 o'clock to about 9 o'clock. But I can't go for the meeting because, you know, nothing will ever start on time. It will never end on time. And we're all happy with it. Nobody complains. In fact, anyone whoever tries to be on time for any particular event is disappointed. Because whoever arrives first will sit down for about an hour or two. And when the other people come out, they'll say, oh, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. How can we change Ghana if we're like this? How can we ever turn our situations around if we're like this? And I liked what he said then about the respect for fellow human beings. If you go to some parts of the world and you're walking through a doorway, somebody, if you met a white person, the white person will step aside and allow you to pass, go by. But here in Ghana, if we all had to go through the doorway, we would all shove each other aside. Am I right or wrong? So what is wrong with us? You know, it's a major question. I don't want to go into it. There is something fundamentally wrong with us. We have said that we have better things, resources than Switzerland, but we're willing to run away to Switzerland. Why can't we transform our own nation? We sit in classes with white people and we do better than the white people. But then when we congregate as black people, something always goes wrong. And I wonder what the problem is. Maybe here at UCC we can change the situation. I looked around and this place is very hot. UCC costs quite a lot of money, so this auditorium should not be hot. As RC president, maybe the SRC can put in some ACs and so that the temperature will be moderated. Don't tell my friend the Vice Chancellor I said this. He may not be too happy with me. Having said that, I have 15 minutes, and please stop me when my time is up. I think that it's a very interesting theme that you have. Re-envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. 10 minutes, but you let me know. And but I think I want to focus on what I wish I knew. When I got the letter, I talked about there was something in relation to COVID, but it looks like you've taken that away and you're looking at something else. The COVID pandemic ravaged the whole world. We all felt the brunt of it. In fact, today we had a meeting and there was a lawyer in our meeting, and I was told the lawyers had a meeting somewhere and some of them had contracted COVID. So immediately I saw the lawyer that said, bring me hot water. I couldn't tell everybody that the lawyer may have COVID. So they quickly brought me hot water and I kept drinking the hot water. Right after the meeting, I didn't go up to him to say hello at all. I ran away because I didn't want to contract COVID. Right after COVID, we had this Ukraine-Russian war. It has brought untold hardships to millions of people around the world. Who knows when the next event is going to happen? We don't know. It could be tomorrow, it could be the next month, it could be next year. But we've had serious shocks in the last couple of years. COVID, this war as well. Something may also come up. And I think that we must prepare ourselves to be able to face any shock that will come our way. You know, this universe in which we live is governed by laws and principles. Everything is governed by laws at the macro level, at the micro level, at the quantum level. There are laws and there are principles that govern the dynamics, the operation of this world. If we know the law of gravity, if you throw up a ball, it will come down. All right? Anything goes up, it will come down. But then there is something called the escape velocity. If you go faster than the escape velocity, you will go up and you will not come down. You will be able to escape the Earth's atmosphere. And so it appears that those who try to understand the laws and the principles that govern the universe, that govern our world, are those who actually make it in life. In fact, the attempt to understand the principles and the laws is what we call research. So those who take their time to understand how things work, okay, how things operate, the dynamics of things on this earth, those are the researchers. And the researchers are those who make it in life. So when we talk about research, it's not strange. A lot of people will shy away from research. Researchers only attempt to understand what is going on. They see a ball go up, the ball comes down. They want to know why the ball has to come down. All right? If you push an item, it moves along a surface and it stops. And they want to understand what are the principles that govern that operation. That is research, to understand the laws and the principles. And those who understand the laws and the principles are those who make life easier for all of us. I stand here, I'm speaking into an item, my voice is amplified. Somebody understood the laws, understood the principles that govern operation of the universe, and put this together so that I can speak to you while standing right here away from you. For us to make progress, we need to make an attempt to understand the laws and the principles. Whoever is able to discover any of these laws or any of these principles makes it big time in this life. I am hoping and I'm praying that I'll be able to discover one of these principles before I die. You take your mobile phone, you stand at one point, you can speak to somebody who is half the world away. How does that happen? Understanding of the laws, understanding of the principles that govern this world. This is what has brought about the creation of the mobile phone. Men have been able to send spaceships into space just because they understand the laws and the principles that govern the operation of our universe. So if there's any knowledge that you want to get, understand the laws that govern this universe. There are physical laws and there are metaphysical laws. In other words, there are laws that govern the unseen and there are laws that govern the seen. Those who know those laws know how to navigate through this life and become successful. I wish I could say an amen. Now, there are many of these laws, all right? But today, I just want to focus and please on one of them. And that is the principle of sowing and reaping. Captain is not here. Otherwise, I would have asked him to bring his tithes to me because I'm a bishop. The principle of sowing and reaping. All right? It is said that whatever a man sows, that shall he reap. There are different variants to this law. Some people talk about the law of karma. In computing, you may say garbage in, garbage out. In other words, what you do at a particular point in time, okay, will affect what happens in future. What you do today will affect your tomorrow. And young people, you must understand this. I think it's necessary to understand this, that your future is determined by your today. You will walk into a tomorrow. You don't know what is going to happen in your tomorrow. But what can affect your tomorrow is what you do today. Amen. And so, people sometimes expect change. But a wise man said, you cannot continue to do the same things you're doing and expect change. You can't sow orange seed and expect to harvest apples. Can you do that? Can you do that? So what the future depends on our today. Your young people in school, the future is waiting for you. You will walk into that future, but you can determine your future today. As you arrange today and you make use of today, you must think of what you're putting down that will come up tomorrow. A good pianist doesn't just get up to become a good pianist, but he spends time practicing. He spends time rehearsing. And if he has any concert, on the day of the concert, just because of the rehearsal, he gets into the concert and he plays fabulously. He has sowed and he reaps of what he sowed. My time is up. He reaps from what he sowed. There are a few things that I would have wanted to say about it, but because, well, so our future depends on our today. If you can gather as much knowledge as you can today, when you step into your tomorrow, it will be much better than it will be for somebody who does nothing about their today. In 5 years' time, yes, you'll be out of school, but what will make a difference after 5 years is what you do today. How well you prepare yourself for your tomorrow. I think that as you do them, there are a few things that I want you to consider. This is something that I've always held on to. That in life, you must run lights. You must run lights in life. What do I mean by running lights? You must be focused in life. Actually, you must be laser focused in life. He who carries too much of a baggage cannot go too far. You can't run too fast. You can't go too far. If you run light, you can go far, right? And you can go fast. Running lights, they say that a jack of all trades is master of none. If you try to get involved in everything, some people have too many friends, spend too much time on hello. Okay, you're carrying too much of a baggage. Shed off some of your weight so that you can run faster and you can run further. Well, since my time is almost up, do you know that the hardest workers in Ghana are almost always the poorest? Do you know that? The hardest workers in Ghana are the poorest. All right? Who are those who are working very hard? Take our grandmothers in the village. Wake up early in the morning and you go to the farm. They stay on the farm for long hours and then they come back home. They are drained. They are tired. But at the end of the day, they get very little. There is working hard and there is working smart. Okay? Work hard by all means because there's profit in all labor. But be sure to work smart. How do you work smart? And that's the difference between the white man and the black man. Looks at ways to make the work easier. Looks at ways to make the work a little more enjoyable. So the white man works smart, does much more than we will probably do. So somebody comes into this auditorium. He has to sweep the auditorium. Work hard, pick a broom, sweep this auditorium. Another person comes in. He has to sweep this auditorium. He looks at it and says, let me get a device that will get my work done easily without much drudgery. That is working smart. Working smart requires that you think beyond what the ordinary man will think. Applying your mind, thinking outside the box. And when you do that and you work smart, you chart a path that will take you further than your colleagues. My time is up. I don't want to abuse the opportunity given me. Thank you very much.
Aren't we grateful? Let's give it up again for Professor. Thank you, sir. We're getting into the next segment of our meeting and our interaction today. And how many of us were here for WIWIK2022 last year at the NEC Auditorium? Give me a wave. Okay. So who remembers the meaning of colloquium? Our moderator then taught us that colloquium was the fanciful way of chat. So we're going to have a chat. And the panel on the chat, because we're pressed for time, I'll quickly call them out. They'll come onto the stage. And once they're seated and the conversation begins, the moderator will ask them to let us into who they are and what they do. So please put your hands together. Let's welcome Mr. Stephen Essien, Madam Franka Maria Andoh, Dr. Stephen Osei Tutu, and Madam Myrah Caesar, and our moderator, Madam Doris Ahiati. A round of applause for them.
To nudge the person sitting next to you and say, hey, Jack, wake up, wake up. Long-term thinking. What percentage are we doing? 4%. When elsewhere they are doing what? Nudge the person sitting on the other side and say, Jack, you've got to wake up. And so that's why I'm so excited about this particular segment, and I believe we are going to cook something. I mean, think about it. 4% when it comes to long-term visioning, thinking, strategizing. And I could see the number of hands that went up when the second question came out. What if you are going on that ship as a slave, more or less, and we still had hands? I was overwhelmed. I was dumbfounded. So what if all that you have believed in the past are but lies? That which makes you think you should jump on that ship. What if it's a lie? What if you could actually do more? And what if you are missing opportunities because you are not stretching yourself, you are not stopping to vision, to re-envision, to reflect? And so with me this evening, I have the amazing panel who are going to in a little bit tell us about themselves. They are going to cook something that will change our perspective, that will awaken us to the opportunities that still prevail. Our theme is re-envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. And these great women and gentlemen are going to help me do just that. So I'd like to start from my extreme left. Please tell us your name, a little bit about yourself, and one fun fact about you.
Okay. Hi. Hello. So my name is Myrah Caesar. I'm the founder of PropelED International. It's a community of amazing, ambitious African students just like yourselves. I also serve as an educational consultant for students who are looking to travel, not on a ship, but who actually want to travel abroad to study. I recently launched a scholarship, the Building Tomorrow Scholarship, about a month or two ago, and which has been a lifelong dream. And I also serve as a marketing expert. I work with brands, so I work with university brands, and I also work with small businesses. A fun fact, so I studied in the US on a full scholarship. I also studied in the UK on a full scholarship, and I moved back to Ghana. So the ship has brought us back. So hopefully, this evening I'll get to share some insights and hope to connect with you all later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Myrah. I'm so happy that Essien brought you back. Stephen, kindly tell us a bit about yourself.
All right, so a very good evening to us all. I am Stephen Osei Tutu, PhD. I am the cluster manager for Calbank, Western and Central. I began as a teller, became a cash officer, then moved to funds transfer, became head of operations, branch manager. I left Zenith Bank as the best branch manager, and people were asking why would you want to move at that point. And I joined Calbank. Unfortunately, I joined Calbank at a point where COVID had just started, and so my history had been eroded as far as performance was concerned. And I get calls from my former bank asking me, we told you not to go. Thankfully, by the grace of God, that first year, in the midst of COVID, we posted over 300% profit. I believe in the benevolence and the grace of God. I am also a reverend minister. About a fun fact, I did woodwork in the best school, Ghana Secondary Technical School, and now a banker. Thank you.
Hello everybody, good evening. My name is Franka Maria Andoh. I am the CEO of Jossle's Cuppa Cappuccino. It's a cafe in Accra, and in December my business will be 25 years. Thank you. I am also the founder of the Most Deaf Foundation. We work with deaf students from the Cape Deaf School here in Cape Coast. So every year I organize a summer camp, and that is to expose the deaf students to creative work, IT, basically to give them options, things that they're not being taught in regular school, so that when they finish school, for a lot of them, even when they're very bright, they don't have the opportunities that you have to come to university, because they need interpreters, they need a lot of facilities. So we're trying to give them skills so that when they are done with school, they will be able to work and contribute something to this amazing country of ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franka, for that. Right. Oh, this is lovely. Thank you so much, Stephen, PhD. I didn't comment because I was having a side chat here when you made your submission. And it's very exciting to see your trajectory all the way from, is it GSTS and woodwork to where you are now, flying high. Tell someone that it is possible. If you put your mind to it, it is possible. If you envision and you re-envision over and over, it is possible. And then look at our sister, I've forgotten the name, Franka. Franka, thank you very much. 25 years, you were all excited to hear, right? And some of us, before we even create our unique selling proposition or value proposition, we want to be like Jeff Bezos. And we want to already open it so big that if we can't find the capital to start it big today, then we are not going to start. Let's put our hands together for all our panelists. Right, so for the next phase, as we get into the conversation, I just want to take your thoughts about the theme. Re-envisioning, looking ahead to empowering, to emerging opportunities. What are the thoughts that come to your mind when you think about our theme? And what makes you think that this is the right theme for us to be contemplating on a day like this and in times like we are in? Let's start with the gentleman, Dr. Stephen.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that one is that when you look into the scriptures, you understand the times we are in. You get to know that we are in perilous times, and it tells that the world is not going to get any softer. It's going to get much more harder. We are going to see more pandemics. This is not a doom, it is truth. And so the earlier you embrace yourself, the better. Businesses are going to be more difficult. We are going to have more challenging times ahead. And so the earlier you embrace yourself and tell yourself that you need to re-envision, the better for you. If you fail to innovate, if you fail to re-envision, you die. That's the only option. You cannot survive. And I'm looking at Nokia. Few years ago, Nokia was a superpower when it comes to phones. At the time, everybody was going for it. Today, their position, in fact, they made a huge loss they have not yet recovered from. But at the time, they thought they were on top because everybody loved them. Their phones were robust. When you look at Sony, same. And so what I'm saying to you is that with the times we find ourselves, we need to go ahead of ourselves. We need to start learning. We need to start studying. We need to start researching and get to understand that times that are ahead of us, until we innovate and until we unlearn, learn and relearn, we cannot get to the top. So I think that with this topic given us, or with this team given us, it is so prime and so paramount in this time for us, especially as students, to grasp it at this point, so that by the time we come to the real world, where the world would have now converged and you see the full picture, we will be able to embrace it and we'll be able to overcome it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Dr. Stephen. The times, in his view, is what makes it so pertinent for us to discuss this topic. And it takes me back to my opening comment that you should nudge somebody and say, wake up, wake up. Wherever we are coming from, whatever thoughts, whatever beliefs that we held on to, the linear way of thinking and expectation careers, he's basically saying that we have a root shock right now, and you had better sit back and reconceptualize the future if you are going to be part of it and not die. Remember what Captain Amuabin said, the worst thing that can happen to him is, okay, thank you very much. Let's give it up again for Dr. Stephen. Yes, it's coming to you, Franka.
Thank you. I know that when you were asked the question about the ship, and I turned around, my heart sank. I almost went home because I said, why am I here? You know, if everybody wants to get on a slave ship and go to America. And I think the word re-envision also applies to how we see Ghana as a country. And maybe we need to look at Ghana again. I lived in the UK. I lived in the UK for 6 years. I worked, I went to school, and I came back because of my parents. My parents were getting old. You know, I was a pension baby, so they were getting old, and I didn't want to be in the UK and get a call at 6 a.m. saying that something had happened. So I came back because of my parents, but I also came back because I missed the sense of community. Like, I missed family. I missed having somebody to call, somebody who, you know, you can call and say, can you take me to the hospital? And they'll find time to do that. I didn't find that in the UK. Everybody is so busy that nobody really has time to help. And I think sometimes we forget what we have here. It's not always about money. It's also about community. It's about family. All those things add up to make us who we are. So I think it's a very important discussion that we're having.
and as a business who just come through 2-3 years of COVID, as you know, most of the restaurants and hotels were affected by it. Indeed, it's a good theme, and it's time that we rethink how we do business in this country so that we can compete. I am big on ownership. I feel like there are not enough Ghanaians owning their own businesses, and I think this theme just encourages you, and all the words that we've heard, I've learned a lot today, just points to the fact that we need to look at Ghana differently. And even though I know it's tough economically, the money's not doing well, there are no jobs, but I always say that if I had lived in the UK, I wouldn't be sitting here telling you that I've had a business for 25 years. That's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Myrah. I would appreciate that the two of you share that mic, and let me hijack this one. I would like to hear your take on the theme.
All right, and thank you very much. So this theme is so timely, because how many of you know that during COVID, a lot of people became millionaires in that time? A lot of people made money. So COVID started, and there were people who were crying, but there are a lot of people who were laughing as well. And it's the same when you hear about war. There are people who sell guns and ammunition. They get excited. And some people also get very sad, and it's a very sad situation. So what does this thing mean to us? Re-envisioning, it's really what you're seeing. It's where you're standing and what you can actually see. It's not that it doesn't exist. So we are not saying, the challenges don't exist, but you really have to position yourself in a way that you can see opportunities. So, like I said, I moved back from the UK. Actually, when I moved from the US and I moved to UK, people were calling me, why have you moved? What's wrong with you? Why have you left US? Why are you in UK? And I lived in Cardiff, I lived in Wales. And for the longest time, my dad was telling everybody that his daughter is in London. And I said, Daddy, I don't live in London. I live in Wales. Wales is like telling someone you've moved to maybe the north or something. It's not London, right? And recently, someone saw me. They're like, Myrah, I have to speak to you. I want to find out why you came back. Why have you moved back to Ghana? This was like maybe 4 weeks ago. And it's where they're standing and where I'm standing. And I think it's really important for us to seek perception, or perspective, sorry, when you are in a situation. So I do think, as we explore the theme further, we'll get to learn more about, our stories and also the opportunities that exist. If you're standing in a particular place and you can't see opportunities, you have to move. You're not statues. You have to move, because that's how come, Franka here and Dr. Stephen, myself, a lot of us have, traveled, and we've come back home. We didn't go with the ship. We've come back, and there must be a reason. And so I hope, we are all encouraged this evening to really seek a different perspective when we are looking at the opportunities on ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for both Myrah and Franka. And I want you to just ask the person sitting next to you, did you hear that? Did you hear that? They came back. They were in the US, UK, and they came back. And some of my key takeaways from what I picked from both Franka and Myrah are the fact that it depends on how you see the country. It is said that what you focus on grows. And so when we focus on the negative, we begin to see around us only the negative, and we can't find our way out. But if we decided to find one little thing that is good about the country and we focused on it, perhaps that would give us the way. And I love the emphasis you placed on our community spirit, togetherness, Ubuntu, which is lacking out there. So those of you who want to go and come, suicide rates currently in the United States is through the roof. That's what COVID has left them. But we are holding together on this side of the globe, and I believe it's because of that community spirit that we have. You see how there's intentional effort through all sorts of apps to create communities, because even that will contribute to your immune system and therefore your resilience. So let me come back to how we see the country, what perspective we are looking at the country from, the perceptions we have, and what we value. I guess when it comes to community, it's literally about our values, what you value. It's not all about money, you said. It's not all about money. So let's think about it. Let's think about this. Now, you mentioned that it depends how you position yourself to see the opportunities. So would you lead us into that? What are some of the emerging opportunities and trends in the wake of COVID-19? And we are mindful that it's not the only one. Those of you who are movie lovers, I mean, there are a series of worse pandemics ahead. And those of you who are believers, like he said, the Bible also talks about more plagues ahead. So we have to brace ourselves. Nonetheless, in the midst of all these developments, there are some emerging opportunities and trends, I believe. And I'd like to go around from you, Myrah, and then we come to Dr. Stephen and then to Franka.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I'm really excited about this particular topic, because how many of you know that there's a skills shortage list? We know there's a boat or a ship that's taking people, but do you know of the skills shortage list? How many do you know? Okay, so every year, these top countries that we want to travel into, they publish a list, right? That tells you the skills that are missing in their country. So Canada has one. So if you just Google, I mean, we spend all day on Google, right? So if you just Google Canada skills shortage list, UK skills shortage list, USA, and even Ghana has one, right? But every country publishes one of these, and they update it every year. What does this mean? A country that you want to go into, or you are probably going to, stay in. So let me say one thing before I say that. Canada's visa success rate for students is 30%. So it means out of every 100 people, only 30 will get. Out of every 10, only 3 will get. So the reality is, for a lot of people who want to travel, you may end up not traveling. But it's not really the end of the world, because there's a shortage list that is printed every year. It's online. And it tells you where the skills are and what the demand is. Meaning that there's no reason to be in a country, even like Ghana, and say there are no jobs. What you should say is there are no jobs for the skills I've acquired, right? You've gone to study one easy course, you've played around, third class, and you want full scholarship, and you want Canada to just collect you and put you in their country. It doesn't work like that. You really have to position yourself in a way that the countries want you. Ghana wants you. There is demand here. I mean, the same Ghana that you see, 40 people in a hot bus that is looking some kind of shaky way. Right behind the bus, there's a V8, right? And the V8 is not owned by just politicians. So you say, oh, it's only government people. It's not. There are ordinary people who drive V8. Actually, I was talking to somebody who owned the V8 recently, and I was like, petrol prices are so hard. You know what they said to me? I mean, I don't see it too. I said, I have to change my car. But really, you have to, in terms of opportunities, they are everywhere. I said the skill shortage list because there are so many that you can list. There are the obvious, healthcare. When COVID hits, there's a lot of healthcare jobs that are going, both in Ghana and abroad. There are a lot of jobs in IT. Do you know that there are a lot of companies now today, the Googles, the WIWIKs, Facebooks, etc. They put out jobs that are remote jobs, meaning anybody can apply for it. And the jobs, normally, sometimes you apply and it will be for Americans or, people from UK. But the jobs from the EMEA, so every time you say EMEA, then I think it's Middle East, I think Middle East and Africa, Europe, right? So those regions, it means it's open to everyone. Please, don't use your internet just for Instagram. Look, those Instagram pictures, you've seen what real life versus fake, all that. It's not all real. I spend a lot of time online because that's my space where I work. Please use your time to find these opportunities. So search for skill shortages. IT is a huge area. Health is a huge area. Even personal development, marketing, all these things have come about because because of COVID. So the COVID that we are cursing is brought up so many opportunities. So I hope you take advantage of this. There are too many to list. Hopefully after the event I might be able to speak to some of you. But start from there. You'll be very surprised at how much demand there is for the skills that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up again for her. And we go straight to Dr. Stephen.
All right, thank you. So, because I'm a banker, I want to restrict myself to that space. Are you aware, as a student, you can earn money while still schooling with almost nothing as your capital? So, when COVID hit us big time, banks needed to find a way to survive. We realized that using just brick and mortar in almost every place was costing us so much. And for how many of them could you build? We also realized that many regions had now been added because of the pledge of our president. And so we needed to be in almost every region. What as Calbank and some banks have done is that we have something called agent banking. Agent banking will give you the opportunity. So, for example, our branch is, you need to cross the street before you come to our branch where Calbank is. You do not need to come there and then bank. Maybe your halls, each hall, a student will say maybe 2 or 3 people come together. All you need is a small space. As small as those kiosks you use for the mobile, Momo and things like that. And then we'll give you a form to fill. And we'll give you an app on your phone. You are able to sign on your own colleagues or your students on it. For each person you sign on, we give you money. This is how the world has gone to. So you are a mini bank in your hall. You have every time to go and work. So we are able to put money on your account as float. You bring that money. Can start as low as 2,000, even 1,000, as you give to people, because some people may not want to cross to the bank. They want to just come to you. I want to withdraw 500 from my account. On the app, you are able to do it. You debit the person's account on your phone. You give the money out, and then you earn a commission. If you are also opening an account, you earn a commission. Again, if you look at the social media today, you can take advantage of it. People who have been able to put very good products and services there. Either you needed to go to these traditional channels for you to pay. Now on your own, you put it on the Facebook or wherever, people watch and see. And in fact, if you look at YouTube, if you get people over 10,000 subscribing and liking, you get money. I mean, so this is where we've got into, but unfortunately we are abusing the social media and we are twerking and doing stuff. Friends, let me give you a very good advice. When I got to Calbank, my interview, I was surprised. They had gone to all the social handles to check the things I had posted, the things I had done, just to be sure I will not disgrace and embarrass the brand. That's where we are. And so if you're a student and you think that let me enjoy myself, let me flow with the tide, it's trending, let me do some. And they say internet does not forget. It will remind you on anniversary per anniversary. And for some of you, you are refused visas because they have checked on you. They don't tell you. By the time you get to that traveling you are fighting for, me, when I was a student, me too, I was fighting. In fact, to the extent that we were using people's statement and they were bouncing us, we were forcing ourselves. Thankfully, by the grace of God, I have not stayed outside for more than 5 days. When I go, I want to come and see my family. Sometimes I have to book another ticket earlier to come home. If you do your stuff well, a time will come when they even ask you to travel, you wouldn't want to go. Let's learn. Let's have vision. Let's add value to ourselves. There are so many opportunities for us. You can be in Ghana and make it big time. And I believe that great people are here, and very soon you will also be sitting here and giving of your testimony. So please, social media will support you. Use it and use it well. If there is any talent you have, please, you can start putting it there. People will be watching, people will be learning, people will be following you. With time, you'll get to the very top. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's do it better for Dr. Stephen. Are you taking notes? This is the meat of this evening. Getting an idea of the opportunities that is being cooked here, the emerging trends, so that you can begin to position yourself in order to take advantage of these opportunities and to be ready, to be future fit. I would now come to Franka.
Well, a lot's been said. But what I like to add is, I mean, for my industry, I feel like it's a slightly easier industry to get into, the restaurant business. I'm sure, as you can see, there are lots of spots and cafes. When I first started, there were not a lot of coffee shops. So how do you stay relevant for 25 years? I think in whatever you do, and I always say this wherever I go, it's our intent. One of the things Captain Amabing said that I thought was interesting was when you go to bed and there's something that's kind of on your heart, a problem that you feel you might be the one to solve that problem. That's the seed of any good business, where it's not about just you making money for yourself, but whatever you want to do, how does that impact people? How does that make a difference? The money will come if the intention is good. The money can come even if the intention is not good, but will it endure? That's the thing. And I also feel like there's so many other things that are on the table that we don't want to look at. Like, I want to be a farmer. I've actually got some land up in Tutu, and even today they were putting tomatoes and stuff in the soil. Everybody eats. And we have all this land. I've noticed even on the motorway that some clever person has started growing cabbages and lettuce on the motorway, the sides of the motorway, which is certainly more attractive than the containers and the nasty stuff that we see. It's a great use of land. So I want us to also open up to things that we think, you know, I don't want to be a farmer. If you're good with I mean, there's some people that are just gifted. They've got what we call green hands. See whether you can start something. You can start something in your house. You know, we spend almost 2,000 more on just vegetables. So imagine what we're spending at the end of the month. If you had a little farm that was supplying us with lettuce, tomatoes, you know, it could be just us. You could be taking home about 10,000 a month. And if you have 5 clients, how much is that? The whole idea of this envisioning thing is not, you know, you've got the education, but look at it as a base, as a foundation, that you can now explore other opportunities, you know. So I think we need to kind of look around in our environment where we have a lot of problems. Where there are a lot of problems, there are lots of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to hear a stronger round of applause for Franka. Thank you so much, all of you. In this round where we looked at what the emerging trends and opportunities are, some of the things that I have heard and picked are the fact that there's actually skills shortage, and you should look out for that skills shortage list. Tomorrow, God willing, there will be a workshop. I don't know how many of you are aware of it and are participating in the career coaching segment. Some of these things will come up. I had come across some of these numbers that we begin to look at. And so you see that the universities are churning out so many graduates year after year, and we have Unemployed Graduate Association. An industry will also tell you that we can't find the kind of employees that we want. We have jobs, we can't fill them. And that is how you begin to see the manifestation of this skills shortage. There's a gap. What you have is not what they are looking for. What they are looking for is not what you have. And so it's important that you reference this list and you check yourself if there is the need to re-envision. We've seen people on the stage today who move from one thing to, from lab tech eventually to what? MBA and to some serious business stuff. From UK to Ghana, I'm also a farmer. I'm a poultry farmer, with FDA certified chicken and other poultry products. You see, she's a farmer. And I love it when you said that our education is just the foundation. That mentality that you come to school so that you finish and be employed by somebody, it's a no-no. So another thing I picked from this segment is the entrepreneurial spirit. You need to be enterprising. You need to be creative. You need to understand you have the power to create something for yourself. She mentioned, Myrah in particular referenced healthcare sector where we have a lot of skills. Some countries are even advertising people to apply, to come provide health skills that are needed in the health sector. And then Dr. Stephen made reference to agency banking. And what I thought about that was the remoteness of work that we have today. There are so many things, and you don't, unlike the times of some of us that when you are going to school, you are just going to school. You can be an entrepreneur today while you are in school. And you can have you can be an employee of some firm, or you may be a consultant. You're working for yourself, providing your services as and when you wish, remotely, online. And so you are using those technical technology devices that you have in a way that brings you value. There's that flexibility. And then there is also how you can monetize whatever you know, as well as monetize the attention that you are able to hold. These days, our attention spans are really short. But if you are able to rally the audience and you have so many people following you, then people are willing to pay you for even that. So these are some of the emerging trends. And then your digital footprint, the fact that the internet never forgets and it follows you. So it may become, I think when Bishop Professor was giving his presentation, he said that what you do today determines what your future becomes. So you have to be mindful the footprint that you are creating digitally. And then there is the bit about staying relevant. I picked that from Franka. And to be relevant, you have to be mindful that you're actually giving value. Value to the people that are following you, value to the people that you meet and you interact and engage with. That's an emerging trend that you have to be mindful of. And then I also picked here that you need to be mindful of the fact that your life is actually bigger than yourself. Franka was making reference to that fact that it's not just about you and how much money you make, but it's about the impact, the difference that you make in the lives of people. This is more or less a leadership conference. And so what has leadership got to do with all of this? Re-envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. What role does leadership play over here? Do I have your permission to start with you, Franka? And then we will go through Dr. Stephen to Myrah.
I think one of the reasons why I'm really grateful to be here is I feel like we need a new kind of leadership for Africa. And you are the leadership. When we're old, you're going to be the ones making the decisions. So it's important that we pour into you whatever experience we've had. And not just whatever experiences we've had, but what we've done wrong so that you do better. Because there is so much potential for this continent. We have so much in terms of resources, not just gold and diamonds, but human resource. We have the youngest population. You have the energy, you have the technological know-how. You know, in my time, you had to go into a library, which gives you an idea of how old I am. You had to go into a library to find information. Now, with just your phone, there's nothing that you want to know that you can't find. And you need to use that to grow and to gain knowledge. And I think one of the things about leadership that I really want to emphasize is somebody used a word recently that really struck me. Not recently, after a few years, she's been calling herself a servant leader. A servant leader. And I think when we talk about leadership in Ghana, we think of V8s and giving instructions and sitting down and telling other people what to do and not getting our hands dirty. But a leader is a servant. You are a leader to serve the community over which you've been put. And I think if we take that mentality and we learn it and we unlearn this idea that when you're a leader, you don't have to do anything and you don't have to follow the rules, and some, those that you are leading have to follow the rules, like Captain said. I think if we unlearn some of these ways that we have led ourselves, and we think of leadership as service, as Christ washed his disciples' feet, if we wash the feet of those that we are leading, we'll see a difference in this country. So I'm hoping that when you guys go from here, you'll start thinking about what kind of future leaders you want to be, so that we can have a better country, not just for you, but for your children and your children's children.
Thank you so very much. My takeaway from there is servant leadership. And depending on the mindset, if you see the relevance of the contribution that you are going to make as a servant leader, she cited the example of Jesus washing the feet of his disciples, then that helps you determine where you should position yourself and how you should actually harness the opportunities that are around to benefit the people. Dr. Stephen, the floor is yours.
So I want to say that everything rises and falls on leadership. You cannot make progress without this virtue. And I remember when I was done with my national service, I was a teaching assistant at the university. And then I did an attachment with GCB. And at the time, for 3 months. So when we're done, I was asked to go back home. I said, "I'm going to do the house." Fortunately, I was allowed to wear their clothes, their Friday wear. And so everybody thought that I was a staff. But they me fans. All of a sudden, they are telling me I should go because I'm done with the attach. I said, "I won't go." They said they can't continue to pay me. At the time, they give me something small, at least for your transport. I said, "That's not a problem at all. I will still come." And I did that consistently for some time. And I realized that whenever I come, there's something called Luso. They get tips. And so they will sort me. So my transport wasn't even a problem as I envisaged. And as I was doing that, at the time, computer had just come into the system. They were using typewriter then. And most of them did not know how to use it. So when they have a challenge, there was only one guy in the whole of Western who was supposed to help them. And sometimes it is just a cable that had to be placed, and it has shifted small and they could not see. And fortunately for me, fresh from university, at least those basics I knew. So when I go around the machine and I see the problem, 1 hour I won't fix it. Fold my sleeves. I'll ask for a screwdriver. Hey. God bless you. Then after an hour, I'll push it in. I said, "Try it." Partnered them. These people said, "We cannot allow this gentleman to go. When you go, the way we will struggle." And now they were not just giving me the tips. They were giving me proper money than even when I was doing my internship. Fast forward, a lady at the branch said to me, "You amaze me. We don't pay you, yet you are so passionate about this work you do. I want to help you." I said, "What do you want to do for me?" He said, my husband is the branch manager for Zenith Bank. At the time, Zenith Bank had just come to town. At the head office, the manager, the husband was the manager. I will introduce you to him. Sent my CV to him. The rest, they say, is history. You must be willing to start small, irrespective of how much you'll be given. To seize opportunities, it may not look big at the initial stage. It may look small, but tell yourself, "I'm learning. when I was there, I was learning how to communicate, how to write simple instructions and things like that. And I was getting networks. Somebody was watching and said that for your passion, I will introduce you. But in our time, when you ask somebody to do service or work wherever, the first question is, how much is in it for me?
Or what's in it for me?
Exactly. And so if they hear and they do their plus and minuses, it's not worth it. They dump it. But normally you may start small. You have no idea what is ahead of you. So friends, I want to encourage you, be passionate about what you do. No matter how small, and whether somebody is watching or not, do what you are expected. Believe me, the universe will conspire in your favor. And it is just a matter of time, and the bigger doors and opportunities will be open to you. Thank you.
Wow, so what I'm hearing is that leadership manifests itself in certain character traits, amongst them humility, vision, and above all, passion. The interests of the other. And that is what he leveraged. And in the end, what he was interested in also came to him, right? So let's not put ourselves first. Let's spend time to build those character traits. And we'll be coming to the character traits in just a little bit. He also used a lot of learning when he had the opportunity to be in the environment. So never cease learning, not only in the classroom, but in the experiences like even this one, offer you so much to learn. I would like to hear finally from Myrah.
Okay, thank you. So I think as everyone was talking, I was very excited because I was like, yes, all of it makes sense. But you also have to, first of all, you have to put these things into action, because we don't want to see you in here next year. We do want to see you here next year, but we don't want to see you here next year the same as how you were this year, because you've learned so much already. But what I see about leadership is about, I think everyone's touched on it a bit, but it's about value, right? So think about life as a party. Some of you, it's a literal party, but think about it as a party. I think someone mentioned item 13. When you go to a party and there's no food, what sort of party is that? Especially if the music is bad. You don't even want to be there. So think about it as, okay, you're hosting a party and you're the one who you have good music, and you have nice food, and everything is decent, and the location is nice. It attracts people. People will even tell other people that there's a party happening. It's the same as being on social media. It's the same as when you govern yourself. You have to provide value. When the ground is hard, and we know that there's a lot of challenge in the world now, there's a lot of hardship. When the ground is hard, I heard this from somewhere. The person who brings rain is the one they crown king, right? So if you go to a village and it hasn't rained for years and years, and you can do some skirmishes or some dance, which then causes rain to come, the people will not let you leave. They'll say, this person has to stay, which is what Dr. Stephen has just said, which is what Franka has just said. You have to serve. You have to bring value to the table. It's not just let me take, because when it comes to fulfilling your destiny, because leadership really is about self-leadership. It's about getting yourself to the point where you fulfill the plans that God has for you. There are three things that I say. There's a part that other people play for you. So there'll be people around who pour into your life, they'll speak to you, they'll dash you money and all that. And sometimes that's where we stop. We just get to the point where every time you're walking, it's like, God, show me a sign. I want someone to dash me something. But it's actually a three-pronged approach. There's a part that people play for you. There's a part that you play for yourself. So, you have to take responsibility at some point. And that's actually one of the big parts. But the most important part is the part that you play for others. Because when you bless others, honestly, my home, my mom is a caterer. She's retired now. Honestly, my house was like a party every day. My friends from school, they would just walk, they would just come. They would just come and act like they are greeting my mother, because they know if they can greet after school, they will have something to eat. But do you know what? And I'm looking at how expensive food is now, and I'm thinking, how was she? We have 5 kids. And then my friends were plenty, and a lot of times they were boys. They'll come and eat, and they don't want to go, right? But we've never lacked, because that's how the universe works. When you give value, People bless. You know, when my mom gets gifts, you'll be shocked. It's insane. But it also tells you the value that people place on it. Our house is always full of hampers. Christmas time, we have to buy meat because people just bring. So you give value. If you're not seeing value coming in, right, then it means you're not giving enough out. You're not giving to the point where it hurts. You're not giving to the point where you should be sleeping by now, but you're on a stage and you're speaking because you want to point to people. You need to give. But importantly, if you're giving and it doesn't seem like anything is coming, when you plant, you don't go and look the next day. Can you imagine you have a little niece or nephew who plants a seed and the next day they run? Auntie or uncle, it hasn't grown. You'd be like, oh, this one is not even a serious child, right? You just have to give patience. When you do good, it always comes. But give value. It will definitely come back. There's no way that it won't come back. All right.
Thank you very much, Myrah. We'll be wrapping this up in the next 8 minutes or so. But I want you to turn to the person sitting next to you and say, let's go make some rain. Let's go make some rain. Let's go make some rain. We are all rainmakers. That's what I'm hearing from you. And you should be interested in being that rainmaker. Don't watch and applaud others. You have that potential on the inside of you. I like her reference to responsibility. If you are going to go out there to make rain, you've got to take responsibility for that. That I'm capable and I'm actually going to give this value. I'm going to do something different. Okay. I want us to finally, in turns, starting with you again, Myrah. What are the character traits that we should be honing now, and what are the future-proof skills that we should try to put in our toolkits to be fit for the world out there? This is a special bonus for our participants.
Okay, well, thank you. When I saw this question, I was thinking there are so many things that came to mind, but I think consistency is one that really stood out to me, or you can say tenacity, because really in this world where everything is so instant, it's really tough to keep at something. It's so tough. You know, the students who do the best in your class, I'm sure some of you are sitting next to them. They've been consistent. And even sometimes when they do exam, even before they think, you know, the paper will come, say, I don't know if I did well. You say, you're lying, show me. I know you did well, because they've been consistent. And yes, sometimes you think it's just talent. But I always tell my kids that consistency, action will always trump talent. Talent is just the person who is beautiful, the one who was smart when they were born. But the one who can sit and study, the one who can discipline themselves to do the work, they will always outwork anyone. And if you don't believe me, look at the one who will sit down and watch exercise video. Like my husband, he'll be watching exercise video and be laughing at me, jumping in front of the TV. And the one who will actually do the work consistently, it will always bring results. So just be consistent, be tenacious. It's going to be tough. Half of the time you don't even want to do it. That is the truth. But you know, do it anyway, and you definitely see a difference. That's the one thing that I want to say.
Thank you very much. Consistency. Let's give it up for Myrah. Consistency. And the quote I'm taking from her is that consistent action will always trump talent. So don't say that, as for me, I'm not gifted. I was blown away, and I believe Kafui as well. And many of you, by Julian, I hope I got the name right, the one that performed at the beginning. He's got great talent, but then we are saying that consistent action is going to trump that. So don't brood that you don't have any talent like him and therefore you amount to nothing. Thank you very much. Let's give it up again for Myrah. Dr. Stephen.
Yes, I will talk about integrity. Integrity is so critical. Doing what is right when no one is watching. Friends, a good name is to be chosen over riches. It means that when they put the whole world there and they put a good name there, the Bible is admonishing you, choose a good name. It will reward you in future. Shortcuts have never helped anybody. It will cut short your life. And so please,
as you are learning, learn integrity. And it starts from here. In school, you and we complain that the politicians are corrupt. It starts with us, and that's how it starts. And so please, let's show a high sense of integrity. When people see that in you, they can recommend you. The way you see yourselves now, today, give yourself the next 5, 10 years. Some will be in very high positions. You may be calling on them, knowing how you were in school. They do not want to associate with you. Some too will be looking for you because of the virtues you exude whilst you were in school. So I will encourage you to have integrity. Second, be current. Read. Always. Learn. Listen to BBC, CNN, anything that is happening, you get to know of it. You may think it will not help you today. Tomorrow you'll be amazed how those readings will help you in future. So be current, be relevant, and be flexible. Okay, build strong relationships and connections now. Build strong relationships and connections now. Tomorrow you will need them. In fact, the currency you will need that is much more important is relationship. There are people who have done so well, not because they had money, not because their background was good, but because of relationship. And sometimes we come for meetings like when we finish, everybody passes here, nobody exchange contacts and things like that. Tomorrow, you meet the same person and you do not even know how to approach the person and say, oh, we met at Eboa, Aseho. So let's learn to build strong relationships. Because tomorrow, when you come to Calbank, you have brought your CV or you want to do your service, and you had come to me before. There was a lady, forgive me, a lady, when I was in Zen at UCC, I was preaching at that school, the school here, a secondary school, UP, good. And from that point, that lady became a friend and will come and visit me at work. Made sure she was a friend to my wife. She'll come to the house to that extent to even work with her, and I don't even know. So right from, and she attended university as well. So because I was here, I needed to help her get the service with me. After service, I needed to help her get job to be confirmed at Zenith. Okay, that lady's whole life is here because she started primary, nursery, everything here. And she's still here with Zenith Bank. And amazingly, she's marrying in November to my brother. That is what relationship can do. Are you following me? So don't throw people away. Don't use people. We don't use people. Now I don't have use for you, so that's it. No, keep relationships. I mean good relationships, and it will do you good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Integrity. He says that shortcuts will cut short your life. Thank you. Franka.
So I actually wanted to do consistency. It's been done. I wanted to do integrity. It's been done. So what I want to say is there's a reason why we are born where we are born. There's a reason why you are Ghanaians. And you need to embrace that and be proud to be Ghanaians. Before you can love others, as somebody said, you have to learn to love yourself. I know that we are running at some percent and the Danish folk are running at some percent, but how do we get there when we don't even respect who we are as a people, where we are looking at embracing other nationalities, thinking that that's what's going to make us better, whereas there are other people who are looking for root. And I always say that when you're on a flight, in America during the gold rush, the white folk only went where the money was. So if you're on a flight and you see a lot of Europeans, people from other parts of the world on a plane, just go to the airport. When KLM is coming, when British Airways is coming, see how many people are coming in. Why are they coming in? Why are the Chinese coming here? We have nothing. So you are the young folk, you are the future. you need to position yourself. You don't want to go abroad and go and hustle. I'm not saying going abroad is a bad thing. I went abroad. I actually learned more about myself in the UK than I did here. I gained my confidence in the UK. But what I did was, when I was in the UK, I was also more conscious of the fact that I was Ghanaian in that space than I was here. It made me appreciate that I had somewhere that was my root. So what I would say is be self-confident, be proud of being black, be proud of being Ghanaian. There's a reason why you were born in this space. God doesn't make mistakes. If He wanted you to be Japanese, you would be called Chimuhu or something by now. So do that, but also have humility, self-confidence, but be humble. It's about balance. Thank you.
Wow. It's about balance, and I'm picking here that you should pay attention to your heritage. You should not lose sight of that and work on your confidence. Work on your confidence. I want to now throw my final question to the audience. I'm looking for one volunteer. At the beginning, I said, nudge the person sitting next to you and say, wake up. We've heard so much about what the theme means, the times that we are in, and how important it is that we reflect on this particular theme. Not just reflect and talk like we often talk and take no action, but then this is a wake-up call, literally, for us to wake up, sit back, step back, reflect, and begin to re-envision the future. Because the world that you were born into, what you have heard about, what the system supports, we call something VUCA world, and it's even advanced into bunny. The world now is brittle. It is an anxious world. It is non-linear. Nothing is predictable, and it's incomprehensible. I want one person to tell me, from all that we've discussed here, how are you going to apply it to your life? What one action are you going to take as you begin to re-envision? One, there's a hand all the way up there. Please come quickly to the microphone. Let's put our hands together to encourage him. Please mention your name and then share with us that one thing that you are going to do, that one thing you are waking up to do.
My name is Alfred Wilson Jamfi, and I'm going to evolve.
Please elaborate a little bit on that. What does it mean when you say you are going to evolve? What action will you take that will lead to this evolution?
From my background, I'm going to learn new ways to adapt to the changing world.
Right.
And also implement better ways and find where my passion is and follow through. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Alfred. He's touched on a number of the issues we've discussed, passion and then learning at least, and then he will re-strategize. I want to say thank you very much, Myrah. Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen, and thank you very much, Franka, for impacting not only this generation, but the generations that are connected to them. Thank you so much.
And for our facilitator, Madam Doris Ahiati, a round of applause for her, please. Like we do on television, we'll take a message from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark.
Now, speaker has a proven track record in sales management, marketing management, business development, and customer service. She's held senior positions in the airline industry, media, and textile industry as well. She's a chartered marketer by profession with a chartered postgraduate diploma in marketing from the Chartered Institute of Marketing, UK. And she's earned an MPhil in marketing from the University of Ghana Business School, as well as the Bachelor of Arts degree in political science, also from the University of Ghana. She teaches marketing on a part-time basis and has taught at the Simon Page College of Marketing and Ashesi University. She volunteers on a number of not-for-profit boards and makes time to participate in youth development initiatives like WIWIK2022. She is a prolific writer and the author of Jungle Dance, a novel, and Sales 101, What Everyone Should Know About Sales. This is a very high moment, and it's with great joy that we make welcome the head of sales and marketing for Akosombo Textiles, Madam Petra Abba Asamoah. I think we can put our hands together even louder.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. So don't worry, I'm not going to do a 1-hour presentation. You've already been here from what, 5 o'clock? I think you should put your hands together for yourselves again for being here. I know that maybe a week ago, Bernard and I were talking about would the match impact the events, and I was saying to myself, well, I would like to watch this match, but I'm not sure I want to give up the match for something like this. So well done for coming. And when Myrah said it's way past your bedtime, but you're here, it's way past my bedtime by many hours. I'm a very early sleeper. But this is important for me, and I'm sure for all of our speakers. There's a lot that we sacrifice to make time to be in places like this. I'm in Cape Coast today and tomorrow with my 3 children, including my 15-month-old baby. So it takes a lot, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who does this regularly. And to you who are here, we want you to know that this is important to us for a reason. Like Franka said, we know the challenges that we have as Ghana. We know the challenges that we have as Africa. And we really, truly believe that you are the solution to these problems. And we need you to recognize that as well. We won't leave our homes and our jobs and all the things that we do and come all the way here for fun. Honestly, this is not fun. We enjoy doing it, but it's work. It's commitment, it's sacrifice. So please see that you are very important to us, to the future of our nation, to the future of our continent. Please put your hands together for yourselves one more time. But I also have to say thank you to the Apex Consult team for having me back. I think this is my second time, possibly my fourth time on campus. I have a very interesting love affair with UCC. In 2015, I came here for the first time, and I just kept coming back often. So I love you, UCC, even though this is not my school. So our theme for this year is re-envisioning, looking ahead to emerging opportunities. So when our MC was introducing me, he did mention that I teach. So I'm a teacher by calling. So I'll teach you a bit. Let's talk about the word re-envision. Re-envision is made up of two words, the prefix re and then the word envision. Envision means to imagine or to picture, and re essentially means again. So to re-envision, we're saying to picture again, to look at something a different way, or to recapture a particular image that you already have. But what does re-envision mean to you? First of all, we're assuming that you already have a vision for yourself, or an image in your mind of what your future should look like. I know some of you don't. Some of you are not sure. And for some of you, the vision is a bit blurred. But let's assume that you have some amount of, a bit of a picture in your mind of what you want your future to be like. But my role tonight is to help you change some of the images that you have in your mind. If it's a slideshow, maybe some of the pictures need to be replaced. But one of the things we want to leave you with tonight is that you rethink some of the images that you have and look at the vision again. But to do that, I also need to share with you what my vision was when I was your age, right? So when I was around 20, 21, 22, 23, this was my vision. To finish university with a good grade, use that as a stepping stone to get a job. Once I got the job, I'll be able to pay my bills. And then I plan to get married, have 6 children, have 6 cars, and then an 8-room mansion on a hill. That was my good vision. And in my mind, I didn't even know how I was going to achieve this vision. So if your vision is blurred at this point, I was there also. I was reading political science with philosophy, acing my papers, but I was unsure of what will happen once I finish school. By the time I was finishing university, I was very clear in my mind that the law my dad wanted me to do was not going to be a reality. And journalism was also not going to be a reality, because I had taken my CV to a radio station. The receptionist there couldn't even tell me whether they would call me back, if there was an opportunity, when I was going to hear from them, so I dumped that. But that vision from 2006, when I left university up until now, has evolved in so many different ways. I've had to change my perspectives. I've had to grow. I've had to learn. And so I'm going to share with you tonight very quickly what are some of the things that I've learned on my journey on how to re-envision my future. I'll be looking at 4 key areas: leadership, innovation, agility, and future-proofing skills. What is leadership? Our panel spoke about leadership quite a bit, so let me just leave you with some extra thoughts. What does leadership mean to you? Does it just mean prominence, privilege? the perks. Does it mean a nice car, nice cars? What does it mean? I want to suggest to you that leadership is also hard work, and it can be painful. Because leadership, like our panelists have said, would also require that you make sacrifices. But leadership also starts with self. So the discipline to get up every day and to try again. The drive you need to succeed is a leadership trait. And that type of leadership is not easy. Because when you determine to live by certain values, especially in a society where the values are very blurred, you will struggle. When we say have integrity, I don't think Dr. Stephen was going to say it's easy. Or any of the things our panelists said. None of that is easy. But self-leadership will make you want to do it even when it's painful for you to do. So if your picture of leadership is not any of these things, service, community, wanting to be better, I want to suggest to you to please reevaluate that picture. Because I'm sure you know that we do have a leadership deficit in Africa. And so if you're that person who is able to lead, bring people together, serve the community, build things, make things happen, you become someone in demand. Innovation. Innovation is one of the most cliched words. But what does it mean? Think about innovation in terms of you looking at your environment and trying to figure out how can you make things better. I believe it was the Prof who mentioned that there's working hard and there's working smart. What can you do to make the environment better? What can you do to make the community that you live in better, easier to live in, easier to adapt to? There's a very interesting paper by a renowned African scholar called Ali Mazrui. And he talks about the paradox of Africa, the African paradox. The fact that Africa is so well endowed, but yet the people of Africa don't recognize that and are not able to access those resources. When Franka was talking about the fact that we need to change how we look at Ghana, I just need to emphasize that again. For all of you thinking you want to get on that ship, I wish you get the opportunity to go at least and to experience another environment, because exposure is also good for education. But you need to think about your environment as the place where you've been gifted to make a difference. So we're not saying, nobody here is saying if you get the opportunity, don't travel, don't go to school. Myrah went to school abroad. It does give you some advantage. But we're saying change the image you have of this country. Because there's a reason why everyone is coming here. And it can't be for a bad reason. So innovation will essentially ask you, what can you do better? Agility. Doris mentioned we're in a VUCA world. The world is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That's the problem of the world. But the antidote to a VUCA world is also VUCA. Vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. In re-envisioning your future, we need you to realize that your path might not necessarily be straight. If it's straight, amen. But if it's not, and if it goes haywire like mine did, be ready for it. We won't ever be able to control everything. And we know that with COVID, for instance, everything that we knew how it existed was thrown overboard. Many years ago, our parents and grandparents could look to leaving university and spending the next 30, 40 years of their lives in a particular environment, in a particular job. Most of them got jobs even before they left university. Some of them were picked up from home every day by the company bus. They enjoyed meals at work. They got all of those things, and they were able to work towards an end-of-service benefits, a retirement where they will be relaxed and enjoy and rest. That image has changed. We no longer have the luxury of leaving university and getting into a job immediately for most of us. And for some of us, when we're going to have to rethink and develop a new picture in our minds of what we can use our university education for. So that's where the word agility comes in. You're agile when you're quick, flexible, and able to move quickly. The world no longer promises you stability or security or even comfort, which are things that as human beings we desire. When the game changes, and the game has changed, you need to adapt. So let me speak on the final issue. And I'll speak a bit in perspective. Doc mentioned this. In 1997, Nokia launched the first app in the world. And that app was essentially an inbuilt app on their phone, the Snake game. Does anyone remember that? That was the first app. But before 1997, in 1983, Steve Jobs and his friends had already envisioned an app store, a place where people could buy apps and use apps. But guess what? He thought about it in 1983. Nokia launched it in 1997. It was in 2008 that the App Store was finally launched. 25 years to realize that vision. 25 years of your company. When I saw the video and you mentioned my company will be 25 years in December, I was like, congratulations. That's how long it takes sometimes for things to become a reality. But someone has to think about it, someone has to work towards it, and someone has to build it. And Apple has made in 2020 $72.6 billion from running these apps. What happened to Nokia? So re-envisioning also means that you need to think long-term about what the problems of the environment are and how you can provide solutions. Whilst you're here on campus, not when you finish, now that you're listening to us, we need you to do a couple of things to ensure that in 10, 15, 20 years, your life would be the best that it can be. So here's a list you can write down. Ask yourself, what are the current challenges of my environment? 2, how will these challenges be resolved? If they are not resolved, how will they become worse? And in the future, what will these challenges be? How will I make a career, or how can I make money out of solving these problems? What skills do I need to have? What skills do I have now? And what do I need to do now to make me ready for that future? For instance, you can ask yourself, where is education going? What are the needs? What are the problems? What have you encountered whilst you were here? What did you encounter when you were in secondary school? Is there an opportunity for you to solve a problem? Another approach you can consider, look at your field of study. What is the direction of research? What discussions are the most renowned and most forward-thinking researchers having around the areas that you're studying? Do not romanticize your area of study or what you're doing and think that it can't change. I read political science. And when I was in school, one of the jokes that people had in my department was, so are we all going to be political scientists? Are we all going to be politicians? the thing about university education is, first and foremost, it's supposed to help you learn how to think. So by all means, hear people say things like, what are you going to use that for? How are you going to use that? But think about what you're going to use it for as a springboard to where you're going. So let me leave you with a mnemonic, because I believe that if you're going to re-envision the future and take advantage of what's out there, there's something you have to remember. So turn to your neighbor, like we do in church, and say, be bold. But this is not a political statement. The B here stands for brace yourself. Doc mentioned it. There's more going to come. Mr. Mobing mentioned he's made so many mistakes, but he's also learned so many things. So brace yourself. Develop skills in leadership, public speaking, selling, adaptability. Acquire certificates by all means. We're not saying don't go to school, but we are saying think about what skills you're acquiring in all of this. The O, open up. Be willing to go beyond your comfortable environments. Think about how new ideas and new things can bring you opportunity. We are a community that when we're leaving home, our parents say to us, be careful. Remember where you're coming from. Don't get into trouble, which is good. But also think that there's a big world out there that you need to explore. I believe it was Mr. Bomi who mentioned that when you're young, try things, travel. Don't stay in Cape Coast all your life. Go to Wa, get on a bus and go to Bolga, go to Axim, my hometown, see the beautiful beach. Traveling is one of the things that opens up your mind, gives you exposure. You see how other people behave and how things are done elsewhere, and then you can come back and make a change. So the O is for open up. And when you're in university, it's a melting pot for you to meet different people. You have roommates who you feel are so difficult. It's just because you are from different backgrounds. So let this be an opportunity also for you to experience different cultures. The L is for learn. You have to be a lifelong learner, not a schooler, a learner. Embrace knowledge and learn the lessons that life presents. And the D, which is my favorite, is dare. No one achieved anything great by being safe. If you want to mention anyone who achieved greatness, they were daring. They had the audacity to do things that other people didn't want to do, to go into territories other people didn't want to go, to dare to not be liked, to dare to question what everyone else was saying was right. When you dare, you will be able to make a difference. Thank you.
I asked her to kindly stay by, so we do something very important. So WIWIK, like you may know, is in our 8th year. This is the 8th edition. And the people who have lent us their support as volunteers and they've distinguished themselves, it's just in order that we show them our appreciation. And so while our keynote speaker is here, she'll do the presentation for these distinguished people. 2 of them I'd like to call out for recognition. Mr. Mustafa Isahaku. Now we took him by surprise. Please come by for him. A round of applause for him. It contains a certificate that reads that in recognition of your outstanding contributions and continuous voluntary service towards the successful organization of the annual What I Wish I Knew conference. Congratulations to you. Mr. Photographer, did you miss him? He can come back. You got it. Great. And there's a second one, and it is to Mr. Michael Selom Agbenyega. Well done. The Apex team are truly grateful for all that you've been doing. Congratulations. Thank you. So what does the B stands for? And the O, L, I'm glad she said not schooling. And D, wonderful. A round of applause for yourselves. We're drawing to a close. Quick announcements. Tomorrow, we're having the workshop, breakfast workshop session, and our facilitators will be Mr. Kafuide and Madam Doris. It goes for 70 Ghana cedis. And we also have, as part of the breakfast workshop, a coaching session that we'll be having. That goes for 150 Ghana cedis. Exclusively, we'll have Madam Doris Ahiati, who is a certified coach, to interact with you. I think you want to take advantage of it for what it is worth. Is it a good idea? Also, we have books. Lots of the speakers who came by today are authors, and we're delighted that they came with their books. Please help yourself at the stands behind, because there are books that you can buy, read, and benefit from their knowledge. WIWIK2022, like you're aware, was brought to you by Apex Human Consult. We are a community that's growing, and so right now, I want to crave your indulgence. Let's get onto our smartphones and let's join our community. Type in Apex Human Consult on Facebook. Those at the back, your phones are not working. You don't have data or something? So type in Apex Human Consult. It's across all platforms, on Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter, and connect with our community. Apex Human Consult. Apex Human Consult. The first 5 will win souvenirs from us. 5 people who subscribe to our community will win some souvenirs from us. Okay, I know the silence. It means we are busy on our phones. While we're at it, we'd like to do something very critical and very important. The convener for WIWIK2022, you heard from him at the beginning, Mr. Benateria. His birthday was on Monday, and we'd like to appreciate and celebrate him in a very special way. And so I'll kindly call on Madam Abba to help us do this presentation. He's not here in person, but Dr. Steve will receive it on his behalf. I'm sure he's online and he's wondering, these people, what are they up to? But it's a citation, and it is signed by all of our dignitaries. And it says that, Dr. Bernard, thank you for giving back so much to young people in Ghana through your innovative and life-changing initiatives. We celebrate you and your impact on us, and look forward to the future with great optimism. Happy 30th birthday from us all. And it's signed again, like I said, by all of our dignitaries. I think we can put our hands together and send some love to him all the way where he is.
Just before I hand over to you, sir, Bernard, if you're listening, I think it's also a very good sign. It's a sign of a good leader that you can organize this event in your absence. A lot of times people want to hug the initiatives that they build, but he's been able to do this by building a good team. So congratulations and happy birthday from all of us here. If you're online, yay, everybody, happy birthday to Bernard.
Beautiful. Congratulations on your 30th. May you see many more 30s to the glory of God. Thank you very much. And so we're drawing the curtain down on today's program. How has it been so far? I know. I heard so far so good. That sounds very nice. At least if you were not here, you would be somewhere nursing the heartbreak of Ghana's defeat. But we've added value to ourselves. Thank you all for being a part of this experience. Let me give a shout out to our sponsors. Some people paid for this beautiful event. WIWIK2022 was brought to you by the kind courtesy of ATL, Calbank, Ravens Consulting GH, Crescendo Consult, PropelED, Benchmark Executive, as well as other events. We can put our hands together for all these people. And not forgetting our proud sponsor, the Ghana German Center, GIZ, whose rep is here. Again, let's put our hands together and appreciate them. Further announcement, there are buses that are available to convey students to the various halls. There's one at the new site, there's another at the old site, SRC, and is it Super Nation? Is there a place like that? Super Nation, great. And for those who want certificates too, you can see the volunteers who are clad in yellow t-shirts. They can help you to do so at a desk outside. Our authors, like I said, came with books. Jungle Dance by Madam Petra Samoa is at the back. You can make purchases of copies, as well as Sales 101, also by Petra Samoa. And the UT Story, which was authored by Captain Prince Kofi Amwabin. He was here earlier. He has his books outside. You want to take advantage of it. On that note, we'll call it a day. The band is it's on cue. They'll give us some music as we go. Have we connected on our social media platforms? Have we? But before we draw everything, I think it's a good time for us to have all our distinguished guests to come here for a photo opportunity. If we have SRC executives, you may be on standby as well, and then we'll share in this photograph. Once we're done with photographs, the musicians will take us home and we'll call it a day.
Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high-quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark.